Good evening. Welcome to the January 22nd, 2025 meeting of the Oceanside City Council. Mr. Navarro, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Sanchez.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Present.
Councilmember Robinson. And Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Please rise for the invocation. Tonight we have Reverend Roger Vander Verken from the Breakwater Community Church. Thank you, Pastor.
Please join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, as we begin a new calendar year in the City of Oceanside, we thank you for those who have stepped up to positions of leadership within our lovely city. We thank you for each council person, for the mayor and her staff, and for all who make our city run. We thank you for firefighters, for the police, for doctors and nurses in our community, and for those who serve in the military. May we be reminded that our service is but temporary. We are stewards of those things that you have entrusted to us. So tonight, as we conduct the city's business, we ask for your wisdom in dealing with such important issues as the city's water supply, our wastewater treatment plant, and such cultural, spirit-lifting icons as the pier, the rail trail, and the parklands of El Corazon. As we gather tonight, we remember the great leader of our nation whose birthday we recently celebrated. Dr. King reminded all of us that we are to ensure that justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream, that we are to live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character, and that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. It is in that spirit with which we open our session tonight and with which we begin a new year. As the scripture reminds us, let us do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Vander Verken. Deputy Mayor, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Surely. Are you ready? All right. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. We start off with proclamations and presentations, usually honoring a day or a person in the City of Oceanside and maybe even nationally because of the impact that this either event or national holiday or person has upon our city. And tonight I am very proud to be able to present this proclamation that is in honor of Tom Son. Tom, can you please come down, join me? And I believe you have some other folks with you. Did you want to have anybody else come stand with you?
Our team, please.
The team, okay? And you're going to hear about this team.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. No one ever wants to stand right next to me. I don't know why. But anyway, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay, this says, whereas Tom Son has a long history of community service. He is a 1994 graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point. Following his graduation, Tom served his country as an officer in the United States Army, concluding his military career a captain in 1999. And whereas following his commission in the United States Army, Tom worked in the investment banking industry in Hong Kong and Korea from 1999 to 2016. And whereas seeking a career change, Tom moved to San Diego and attended the Golf Academy of America, graduating as valedictorian in 2017. He became a PGA member in 2019 and currently serves as an officer on the board of directors for the Southern California Professional Golf Association. He has served as general manager of the Arrowwood Golf Course for the past 6 years. And whereas through Tom's leadership, the Arrowwood Golf Course has become a crown jewel in the local golfing community. More importantly, Arrowwood has implemented several programs to benefit local military veterans. This includes the PGA HOPE program, which stands for Help Our Patriots Everywhere, for which Tom was recently awarded the Patriots Award by the Southern California Professional Golf Association. Yes, this award bestows recognition to a PGA professional who personifies patriotism through the game of golf and demonstrates unwavering commitment and dedication to the men and women who have valiantly served and protected the United States of America. Through the HOPE program, Arrowwood provides several 6-week golf development programs for military veterans, offering recreational opportunities and social connections to veterans. Since 2023, Arrowwood has hosted 6 PGA HOPE programs, graduating 100 veterans from the program. And whereas, Tom has also spearheaded Arrowwood's Wounded Warriors program. For the last 3 years, this initiative has included monthly golf development programs for up to 20 local wounded warriors, including instruction, lunch, and golfing at no cost to the participants. Tom has also instituted the Golf for Veterans programs, which also includes monthly golf development programs for those not involved with the Wounded Warriors program. And whereas, the tradition of service runs deep in the son's family. Tom's son is currently a second-generation cadet at United States Military Academy, following in his father's footsteps. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Sanchez, on behalf of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim today, January 22nd, 2025, as Tom's Son Day in the City of Oceanside. With deepest gratitude for Tom's service to our country and to his fellow veterans. Thank you, Tom, for all of the recreational opportunities that Arrowwood has given to our veteran community. And congratulations on receiving the Patriot Award from the Southern California Professional Golf Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and City of Oceanside for allowing us to be here today, to be recognized for this proclamation for our efforts and service to take care of our well-deserving veterans in Oceanside and elsewhere. I want to also recognize my teammates, Pat, Duncan, and Todd, for leading the charge to take care of our veterans in Oceanside. Todd is a 23-year Navy veteran, and he is a great ambassador to Arrowwood, along with Duncan and Pat. So thank you so much for City of Oceanside. It gives you great pride and joy to be here in front of you, to know that the 5 years in the Army, as well as 4 years at West Point, was the foundation of who I am today, and for me to be working at Arrowwood Golf Course in beautiful City of Oceanside, and to be able to serve our veterans who deserve all they get from the great game of golf that we love so much. So again, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Sanchez, City of Oceanside.
Thank you, Tom. In addition to all the things that you heard about in terms of our veteran community, Tom also got very much involved in getting people out during the COVID time and providing space for people to be able to come out and play and get some relief from all the stress during that time. And also, you've been doing a lot of activities around that are above and beyond golf. Is that right?
Yes, Mayor Sanchez. During COVID, we were closed for a month, and we thought it would be a good idea to allow our community HOA at Arrowwood to use our golf course as a safe haven where they could walk the cart path on the golf course, which is about 6-7 miles in length. So they were able to use the cart path and walk for days or hours or minutes with their dogs and their families and loved ones, and would allow them to escape from the reality of the COVID, as well as we've done a lot of things to make Arrowwood not only just a golf course, but more of a social, fun venue for all of our community to come and have fun, and that's what we're trying to do. So if you haven't visited Arrowwood, please come. There's a lot more to that Arrowwood than the golf course, so please come and have fun with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand again for Tom and the team. We're going to have a picture. We're going to have a picture. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we actually did not have a closed session report, so we're on a closed session period, so therefore we don't have a report. Next is the consent calendar, and those are items 2 through 13. Are there any requests from the public to pull?
We have a request from the public to pull item number 4.
All right. Any request to pull from the dais? Seeing no lights, is there a motion to approve? There is a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Number 4 is staff recommends that the city council approve a purchase order to Alpha Level Inc. in the amount of $380,299 to recondition one belt filter press, approve a budget change in the amount of $600,000, and authorize the financial services director or designee to execute the purchase order.
Jimmy Knott?
Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. Being a former utilities commissioner, I can say very simply that this is one of the areas that we need to really keep our eyes on, because there has to be proper maintenance, and we have to be very diligent into the belt filter press, because there's a couple areas that it can be used in. One is in the process of sewage sludge into biosolids for transport to other regions, reducing the amount of cost for our consumers and ratepayers. The other one is for use in the potential use of using in like in pure water and taking and processing that. So I would urge you in the most sincere terms to monitor and have staff monitor the maintenance and have reporting requirements to you on at least a yearly basis on those professional recommendations on maintenance of the press system. The other associated ones with the grinder, clarifier, etc., are similar, but I figure this one is the most important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knott. I'll go ahead and move approval. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
All right, we're on to our general items for the evening. We're going to go ahead and begin with item number 14, which is staff for presentation on Oceanside's fire preparedness measures. And I will say that we've been getting a lot of calls asking, are we prepared? And person that, yes, and the people who are here will be talking about our status here, and that is Fire Chief Dave Parsons and Water Utilities Director Lindsay Leahy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. As you mentioned, Lindsay Leahy, Water Utilities Director, and I'm joined by Chief Parsons. With all the activity that's been occurring over the last couple weeks and following the fires that occurred in Los Angeles, we did receive quite a few comments and calls and questions from the public. So we wanted to come in front of the council and in front of our community to address what the Water Utilities Department and the Fire Department do to be prepared for fire events. So a brief overview of our our water distribution system and our fire hydrants. Within the city's distribution system, there are just under 7,400 public fire hydrants. These are hydrants that are maintained by the Water Utilities Department, and we perform regular maintenance of these hydrants. In addition to that, there are about 450 private hydrants, and these are fire hydrants that are owned by private property owners. They're sometimes in HOAs or private commercial properties, and these are maintained by the property owners and overseen by the fire department. Within the water utilities distribution system, we have 12 water reservoirs, and we have the ability to store 50 million gallons of water. And with our water supply, we have four different sources of water that comes into the city, two of which come through our drinking water plants, so we have the ability to treat and distribute drinking water. And then if anything were to happen with either of those two plants, we have two different sources to directly receive treated water from the Water Authority and bring water into our system. The Water Utilities Department performs proactive maintenance on all of our fire hydrants within the system. We have dedicated staff that is what they do, is they go around and maintain these hydrants. And what that includes is a full visual inspection of all the bolts, nuts, making sure that the caps come on and off and that the valves can turn. We lubricate them and then make them more visible. So we will paint them, we'll make sure that the marker is in the street, and to be able to help the fire department locate the hydrants when they go and need them and to find them. We also document all of our maintenance, and we include photographs like the one you saw, which was actually maintained yesterday, and that photo was from yesterday's maintenance process. The system is also proactively maintained as far as our distribution pipeline and all of our valves. We have a constant replacement program, and if any of the hydrants are found to be inoperable or inadequate and need to be replaced, we flag them for replacement, and then our team goes out and replaces them. With that, I do want to address that the city's water distribution system is appropriately designed and sized. And what the system is designed and sized to do is to provide properties with water that can serve your drinking water needs, irrigation needs, and then there is the ability to have some fire flow designed into those systems. But those systems are designed to be able to put out fires like isolated house fires, building fires, and some small wildfires. Systems have been able to handle some of the frequent fires we've been seeing in the last couple of days here in North County. But I do want to address that no municipal drinking water system is able to handle the fires that were experienced in LA with the Palisades fire or the Altadena fire. That is just not what municipal water systems are designed to be able to handle. We are adequately able to handle most incidences that we see, but unfortunately the ones that we were just experiencing in LA is not what our systems are able to handle. With that, the Water Utilities Department is part of a mutual aid system within the County of San Diego with all of our neighboring agencies, and we are often communicating to be able to assist where needed when anyone has any needs, either for equipment, materials, or personnel needs. And this also extends outside of the county. We're always kind of like a family and looking to help each other. Separate from our ground system, there are sources of water to be able to fight fires from the air, and I'll touch on a few. There's Whalen Lake, the Buena Vista Lagoon, obviously the Pacific Ocean. We saw the Buena Vista Lagoon and Pacific Ocean help with the Pier Fire, but Rainbow Municipal Waters District has a rapid aerial water supply, which is a dedicated tank for helicopters to be able to pull water from and fight fires from the air. And there's a similar tank available in San Marcos, again, that automatically refills itself when the helicopter pulls water from it, so it's always available and ready to be able to assist the firefighters with that aerial support. So with that, I will pass the presentation to Chief Parsons to review the fire department's procedures.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Thanks for offering us the time to present this today. So I'm going to start off by making a statement to kind of add on to what Lindsay said. No fire department is designed to take care of an issue that we saw at the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. If that's what people, or if that's what the community wanted, they couldn't afford it, just frankly. But we do have a lot of processes in place that help us address these incidents to the best of our abilities. So let's take a step back to private fire hydrants. Private fire hydrant systems are actually under the authority of the fire department, not the water department. And another note on the previous slide, when it comes to using the Pacific Ocean to help put out fires, our pump systems, aircraft, most of them are not designed to handle salt water. And when they are, we still have to be conscious. We're not making environmental protection decisions in those cases, but enough salt water does poison the land, and that is a consideration when you're making these decisions. But as you know, super scoopers were used and salt water was used. So in an emergency, it will be done. When it comes to the private fire hydrant system, the fire department does the plan check and holds the systems to the construction requirements that are held in the Oceanside Water Utility Standards. We do the plan review and construction inspections as well. So when it's built, we do the construction inspections on the end of it. However, when it comes to annual maintenance and inspections, the onus of that is on the private system owners. Now, prior to 3 years ago, there wasn't a strong process to take care of that issue. We now have a third-party database which is gathering all the private systems into the database to then do notifications for management of inspection, testing, and maintenance. All inspection, testing, and maintenance is held to the National Fire Protection Association standards. That is ongoing. We're still gathering some of the systems, but we've made great progress in the last 3 years. Those hydrants are maintained annually and in 5-year intervals as well. So talking about fire resources in terms of preparedness and being ready for a large-scale fire in the city of Oceanside. We currently have 8 fire stations, with the 9th being built at North River Farms. North River Farms, under their CFD, will be responsible for financing 2 positions at that fire station as well, with the city being responsible for the 3rd position to make up a complete fire company at a later date. Daily staffing in the city of Oceanside is 48 personnel, will soon to be 50 personnel, and you can see the list of resources there. I'm not going to go through them. That will probably take too long and may bore the crowd. We do continue to have fleet challenges due to extreme and heavy usage and manufacturing delays. But in the best case scenario, you're going to get 9 fire apparatus and up to 50 personnel within moments of a fire here in the city of Oceanside, just travel distance within the city. That's assuming they're not on another call, which is not going to be likely. Recently, within the last calendar year, we completed a third-party consulting assessment of the fire department, identified needs, and they did identify that the fire department is highly efficient, highly effective, but we are resource constrained based on personnel and apparatus. That's in comparison to other fire departments based on NFPA standards. We did break a record, ran 25,100 calls for service last year, 86% of medical, 8% fire, and 6% other. We are the 3rd busiest fire department in the county, and by far the busiest in the North County. All right, in terms of assistance, we have an automatic aid agreement in the North County. All North County fire agencies have a unique agreement in the region, honestly, in the county and in the counties north of us. It results in the closest appropriate resource being sent regardless of the problem. If there's a vegetation fire on a border with a particular city, you're going to see engines from Carlsbad if it's down south, Camp Pendleton if it's up north, Vista and North County to the east. That's regardless of jurisdiction. Now, beyond that, we have a mutual aid plan that's available to us throughout the county and the state. We can muster the entire state's resources within reason very quickly. However, you can imagine how long it's going to take for those resources to get here if we need that help. In terms of air resources, the county and San Diego Gas and Electric do provide helicopters upon request when structures are threatened. Planes are provided by CAL FIRE. And as you saw in the Palisades fire, super scoopers are around. Now, those are seasonal use only, though. They travel around the country. They actually go to Australia when they have their fire season, which is opposite of the United States. So when it comes to air resources, it's hit or miss on what's available. It depends on how many fires are going on, but they are available to us. For red flag conditions, the county will ask, and normally we get permission from the state because they're going to pay the bill on this, to pre-position extra resources. That's been happening for the last 2 to 3 weeks in San Diego County. And in fact, Oceanside has played a big part in extra staffing, extra resources available throughout the county. Those are beyond what we normally provide for the city, so it's not taking away from the city. On occasion, under extreme conditions, the Oceanside Fire Department will add staff as well to bolster local responses. And as you know, out-of-state resources are available to us. A little bit of a reality check. Again, going back to Palisades and Eaton fires, you may have heard this, but for the benefit of the public, it normally takes around 4 fire engines to put out a standard house fire. If you've kept up, you know that over 5,000 structures were destroyed in the 2 fires in Altadena and in Pacific Palisades. That means 20,000 fire engines would be necessary to put out each individual house fire. That's not reasonable. It's not possible. It's probably not that many engines in the state of California to do that. And you need them there immediately to do the work. That's not to say more resources don't save property and life. It would, and it could. Just not in that, what I would call a urban conflagration situation, which is what that situation was. To sum that up, we do have a lot of help in emergencies, but they're going to take time to arrive. In our history, we haven't lacked for assistance here in the city, but we also haven't experienced a conflagration the size of what you saw up north. Now, working on preparedness, city's response, large and expanding incidents. To help kind of educate again on what happens when there's a fire, where that fire starts is the incident commander. So you can have a fire start, as the Lilac Fire in 2017 did, in Fallbrook, Bonsall, to the east of this city. Those are the people who are in control of the fire and who trigger evacuations and make some decisions. Sometimes those decisions may not actually comport with what we have going on in Oceanside, which is why we have to join in those decision-making processes if we can get there fast enough. Depends on how fast the incident's moving. Importantly, there's a new evacuation, sorry, I skipped ahead on the slide. The city, and I thank the council for doing this, hired an emergency manager who has been on board for approximately 6 months now. The emergency management program has been something that we've been needing to address, and we are addressing. Ashley Lyons is prioritizing training, updating the emergency operations plan, and ensuring we recover from the maximum amount of funds possible from any reimbursement opportunities. She works on preparedness, response, recovery, mitigation. She's helping train the community emergency response team for a team of volunteers to assist during emergencies. And when this program is up to speed and done at its highest level, it does protect the community and helps us recover more quickly. A quick note on the Emergency Operations Center. The city manager is the director of emergency services. The fire and police chiefs are the EOC directors. They help manage the city's response to emergencies. City council members serve as the policy group advising the city manager, help set priorities, work with the press. And to your possible disappointment, it's in the emergency operations plan, you do not have direct EOC involvement. All right, apologies for skipping ahead there for a moment. So again, on large and expanding incidents, we do go into a unified command system, so we help incident commanders make decisions when it's in Oceanside. When it's outside of Oceanside, we become an agency representative and we try and guide decision-making. So there were issues with evacuations during the Lilac Fire. We are in a much different place than we ever were back then. It doesn't seem like a long time ago. It's been 7 years, but a lot has happened in that amount of time. Now, we use a program or an application and a backbone called Genesis Protect. It's an app. Everybody should get it on their phone now or after the meeting, after you hear me speak, as well as SD Emergency. Those apps will advise you of evacuations in real time that are triggered by fire and police. You don't have to get it on social media. You don't have to get it over the news. The fire department determines evacuation orders and warnings. It advises to the police department. Their police command staff and dispatchers then trigger those warnings, trigger the system, and they perform the evacuations using PAs, sirens, knocking on doors. All right, I'm going to say it again because I really want our community to take ownership over their preparedness. Genesis Protect app, SD Emergency app. Visit the website at Alert San Diego to register your mobile home for the reverse 911 system and your email address. SD Emergency and Genesis do share some information, but they're unique in their focus. Genesis Protect is for evacuations primarily. You'll see your home on a map. SD Emergency is for general information of all incidents and notifications. And additionally, it comes in Spanish. Can I say it again? Download now, install now, register now. Okay, so wireless emergency alerts, you may have heard that term. Those are cell tower-based notification systems that the county has access to. They can trigger a set of cell phone towers to give a particular message, and it may say, evacuate to the east, or you are entering a wildfire zone. You don't have to do anything. Your phone just has to be turned on, location services enabled, and when you enter into the region that cell phone tower is pinging, you will get that information. That's when you sometimes see your Amber Alerts on your phone. We do encourage everybody to follow the departments and cities' social media. They're valuable. However, I would not rely on social media in any form as a primary source of information. Hopefully that goes without saying. If you see the screenshot up on the slide there, that's what Genesis Protect looks like. The red zones are evacuation orders, and the yellow zones are evacuation warnings. So in the red you go, and in the yellow you're getting ready, get set. As I mentioned earlier, Palisades and Eaton fires were urban conflagrations. They started as vegetation fires, but they were not vegetation fires when they came into the cities. So we have to have realistic expectations of what the fire department can do and what the water system can do. You have to remember that in the forest, there are no hydrants. We don't fight fires in the forest with water generally. There is water there, but it's minimally used. We use it with bulldozers, hand crews, airplanes, and the occasional water tender. Also remember that under extreme wind conditions, aircraft can't fly, and that was the case in these two fires early on. Could this happen in this community? Anything's possible, but we have to remember Oceanside is a built-out community. It's an urban community. We don't have large amounts of forest that you have backing up and what we call a certain type of wildland fuel backing up to the entire city, except with maybe there's maybe two exceptions, the Camp Pendleton border, of which they provide very robust fire prevention activities along the border, and some areas in the southeast corner of the city, along Calavera Preserve. Again, through good management, those areas are minimized in terms of their risk. And we feel that is going on currently. Now, there are areas, of course, in the inland, in the urban canyons that we have some concerns about, and we'll talk about that. Okay, vegetation management. The proactive part of vegetation management in the city is done April and May of each year. We have known properties that have growth. Some of them are habitat managed, where we just can't clear cut. The San Luis Rey River is an example of that. You also don't want to clear cut a river because that provides protection from flooding. So we don't go and mow everything down. We do take care of particular problems and non-native or invasive vegetation matter. So notices will go out. Notice to abate, a citation will be issued if that is not done within 30 days. Obviously, this is planning ahead. It's not in the immediate moment. Otherwise, our program is complaint-based. We wait for complaints in the Code Enforcement Division and the Fire Department, and then we work together to, depending on the situation, an inspector will go out either from Code or from Fire. At times, an encampment detail contractor who has done work cleaning up, they have been repurposed to do some cleanup in certain situations, and it's really primarily on city-owned property, not on private property. The Oceanside Fire Department currently does not perform annual inspections, but we're exploring options to implement a more proactive inspection and brush clearance system using part-time staff. We currently do not have a forced abatement process, meaning we don't go, and if we don't get compliance, start taking care of business and then essentially putting a lien on people's properties. It does exist in the city code. It is something that has been done in the past. It was about 20 years ago. The way the program was designed was not ideal. It ended based on the contractor that was being used, and it was never revisited. And as I've described earlier, the fire department is pretty task saturated, so having the ability to step that up immediately is not in our wheel, not possible at the moment. But there are some options in there, and that can be discussed through the city manager and the council on making some changes on a forced abatement program. Proactive management with forced abatement can be accomplished with additional funds. Here are some options: a hand crew program, a fire inspector that is designated for that, paying weed abatement contractors to do work with management by the city. And those are the primary ones used currently. With that, I hope that overview has given a good vision of where we are right now. There are places we can go. I'm available for questions, and I'm sure if you have questions for the water director, she's available as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We have 2 requests from the public to speak on this item. Our first speaker is Michael Tenover, to be followed by Jimmy Knott.
Thank you. Mr. Tenover?
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm speaking in support and appreciation for the efforts the city does in fire prevention and safety. I represent some local fire safety groups and our FireWise program in Oceanside. I showed this slide, I think, last year. We always enjoy seeing this when the Oceanside firefighters come out and do their wildfire training, scrambling down this hill, which we still can't believe human beings can walk down. But we see that, we all get excited about it. The time was we looked at that photo more carefully, and there was another spectator that day on the hill. It was a mule deer. So on behalf of the residents and the inhabitants of the area, I want to thank the fire department for their efforts. Our interest in fire safety really came about when we had the 2022 wall of fire. I show in picture in the red there the extent of the fire that day. 33 acres of the wildlife preserve burnt down. However, it's important, I think, as Chief mentioned here, there's a difference between a brush fire and a wildfire. That was a brush fire. It was slow moving, gently going north. The fire department within minutes had some containment and control of that fire. However, if that had been a Santa Ana dry wind heading towards the houses or something, it would have been a completely different story. just don't have much time when there's a wildfire. So the last 2 years now, with the help of Oceanside Fire, we've done extensive management of that property. So we've completely revised the planting, the weed removal, the brush clearing. The area you see in red there, we actually abated that entire area last fall. Just so we now have a huge buffer between the wild area and our houses again. And so again, I thank the Oceanside Fire Department for their guidance there. We had the fire marshal come out. We went through the whole inspection process, and I've encouraged any other community to do that. It was a wonderful, eye-opening event to see what we need to do. That map, as you can see here, and just gives you the extent of the problem, is that, there's 5,000 people in that area. There's about $1 billion in real estate. And so this is really important to us. Again, I just want to thank the city and the water company and the fire department for their help. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Knott?
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Thank you for the presentation, but there is always room for improvement. Number one, we have poor planning and of our developments because they lack common sense normally, and due to the lack of replying back of life experiences and restrictions and proper land development. Like as an example, traffic blockage. Anything less than sea level is unacceptable because that creates traffic blockage and could endanger life. Also, we have communities like where I live that have no hydrants. You have to chain together different vehicles, different fire engines in order to take and have access. That creates time delay. That also endangers life. We need to take and look at that and do away with some grandfathered in situations in the preservation of life. We have to also look at the question of exit ways and traffic load. And I speak of this in looking at a place like, Cavalier Mobile Estates. They have 2 exits. One can be blocked by North County Transit. The back way is a private exit that can be blocked at any time by a private owner. That needs to be looked at. Then what is missing tonight is like OPD. It's not here tonight speaking. There is, with like as an example, CERT. CERT personnel are trained in traffic, regulations, is going back and forth, traffic control. But if you ask the cops on the beat, they don't know it. I've asked them personally. Then you have the cooperative agreement with Camp Pendleton. They have air support readily available. We need to investigate that a lot further and make sure it's part of the written document.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. To the council, Councilmember Robinson?
Well, you probably figured I'd have a question or two. Chief, just, and I don't know if you want to address it first, the military helicopter situation, how that works?
Yeah, relatively easy. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding about federal resources when it comes to a military installation. They have offered to help and they will help. However, you have to remember they have a mission, and their primary mission is defense of this country. There have been times where we've asked for assistance, whether it's a hazardous materials team, of which they have a Type 1 team on that base, where we've been turned down. And that's because their primary mission is the base. We've asked for, believe it or not, this may not be known, we spoke to them when the pier was on fire. They turned down the request. It's not because they don't want to help. It's because they have a mission that they have to fulfill, and they have to be on course to complete that mission. If they have training going on that's mission critical to them, they will do that. That's a fast way of saying they will help, but they're not always available.
And I just added also, although they're very trained in what they do, flying fire missions requires additional training for the pilots. Not every pilot can fly it. Not every helicopter on the base is equipped to carry water. And it also requires individuals from the fire department to fly with them to ensure the communication with fire resources. So it's not just a instant load. So I just wanted to share that. Dave, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about, because it was brought up about evacuations and who's responsible for evacuations.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. We work with OPD leadership constantly on the evacuation process. We've been training with them. They were part of helping get Genesis, the platform, into the city. So their leadership is 100% aware, they're 100% on board, they know how it works. In fact, they're the ones who will do it. When it comes to a police officer, a patrol officer on the street, they're going to get direction from their command staff on which roads to close, what actions to take. So while an individual patrol officer may not have answered Mr. Knott's question specifically at that moment, be assured that the command staff knows, they're aware. We've been training with them. I've seen them. We've stood shoulder to shoulder at training, an expanding incident training we did in San Marcos. They came with us to San Marcos to do that training. So they will be there and they know what to do.
Thanks, Chief. I'll stay with you for a couple more. Control burns, do we do those in the city? Do we sometimes do control burns?
Occasionally we do controlled burns. They are very small and they're mainly training operations because the city does not have large tracts of land where you can do that safely. And honestly, it takes permission from private property owners to do that. So, yes.
And last question for you before I get to you is personal, we talked about this, personal responsibility, you talked about that, but from a construction, making homes defensible, can you just give a few words to that? Because that's one of the things that I think people think it's all the brush's fault, but a lot of it is making your home defensible.
Yeah, so there are two principles involved here when it comes to fire and structures. You have fires that start in structures that generally are usually contained in a structure, but then go into the vegetation, endangering others. And then there are fires that start in the vegetation and endanger your structure. There are plenty of resources on CAL FIRE's website. You can call our office to harden your home and do the things necessary to make sure that your home is fire-wise, it's ready to go, and it's safe. I want to commend Dr. Tenhover, who was the first gentleman to speak here. He noticed problems in his community, and he took action. They created a group. They've worked on the Juanas Preserve. They've made their community safer through their own personal responsibility and taking ownership over it. Again, there are not enough firefighters, police officers to handle some of the emergencies that are coming down in the modern world that we're facing. And so examples like Dr. Tenhover are very important. You can harden your home. There are grants available to it. The county has grants, and we can help guide you to get those if necessary.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. Ms. Leahy, is it normal for a water system, for our tanks or our reservoirs to go down for maintenance? Could we have?
Yes, so we actively maintain our water reservoirs and/or perform capital improvements as necessary. So we regularly will take them down and make sure we're inspecting them, cleaning them, seeing if any maintenance needs to be performed on a larger scale. And then in addition to that, and what this council has seen and awarded over the last couple of years is some proactive upgrades, seismic upgrades to our reservoirs. So when those reservoirs are offline, for those improvements, we actually have the ability within our system to be able to move water in other directions. So we have a very redundant system, so most of the time our customers won't ever be out of water. We try to make sure we can backflow water into different areas and be able to supply water even when reservoirs are offline.
And do you notify the fire department when their reservoirs are going to be down?
We do notify the
How
fire
about that?
department.
That's
We notify
amazing.
the fire department in addition that even if a fire hydrant is not working, we will notify them. So it is dispatched that that fire hydrant's not operational, and then we'll bag it, and then again, it will be scheduled for replacement, and then it'll go back online.
Yeah, and I had a couple questions about water systems, but I think you did a good enough job explaining how they work, and I appreciate that. So thank you both for your detailed information.
Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Chief and Lindsay, for your report. Just a few questions. One of them that I saw was interesting, the potential air refilling sites, freshwater bodies. Libby Lake, has that ever been used?
I can't think of an example. I believe so, but generally, again, I'll go back to Pier Fire because that's most recent in our memory where we had to use those resources. They went to Whalen Lake. I think Libby Lake, it is possible. The problem is it's surrounded by homes, and I think we need to be very cautious of that. Whalen Lake is in a preserve, a wider open. We've pulled water out of the just south of the border here, the body of water just south of the border in the city. I'm blanking on the name. But Buena Vista Lagoon, thank you.
Yeah.
So we do pull water out of those areas as well. Yeah.
Do we know how deep Libby Lake is? I know Whalen Lake is right below it, but do we know how deep it is as far as how much
I
water?
don't.
No.
The helicopters pretty much, they've pre-identified a lot of this. They identify water sources they come in, and they're able to, using buckets, they're able to pull up out of pretty shallow areas. Yeah.
And then for some of the communities, like you mentioned, the Calavera community, we have a mobile home park over there, Rancho Calavera. It's a senior 55 and up community. Do we have fire hydrants near that area? And also, Cavalier was mentioned. How do we improve some of those gap areas?
So I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't address Mr. Knott's statement on that, and I think it is important to address. For the fire department, mobile home parks are considered target hazards, right? The homes are not able to withstand fire as well as a site-built or structure home, but they're more affordable. They're important to the community. Some of them have fire hydrants. Some do not, and the one Mr. Knott mentioned does not. That's a concern for me. However, these projects or these parks go back 60, 70 years in some cases. We don't have the ability to retroactively force people to do things. And I think that that's more of a policy decision, something working through the council and neighborhood housing to find those opportunities. Because as the fire chief, that concerns me. Those areas concern me a lot. What he mentioned is exactly right. When we had a fire in that particular mobile home park, you have to use multiple engines to what we call relay pump to get to that location. That takes a long time to happen. Meanwhile, you have a structure going up and structures close by that are exposed to that fire. So it's a concern for me and something I would love to find a solution for.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. That was a presentation, and the presentation will be available on the city's website.
Honorable Mayor and council
Mr.
members
Borrego.
would be happy to put it on the city's website.
Thank you very much. All right. How long is the presentation on item number 15? Is that something we can get started on?
We have asked the consultant to keep the presentation to 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call this item number 15. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the recommendations of the Coastal Rail Trail feasibility study. We do have a report by Tila Cotter, our city traffic engineer. Ms. Cotter?
Yes, and before Ms. Cotter gets started, I did want to make a few introductory comments to this item in response to some of the public correspondence that we've received. To be clear, the item and the action that we are asking council to take tonight is simply to receive the study. We are not asking the city council to approve a particular alignment or design. As the city council is aware, we do have the study, which does include various options for alignment and design. But again, we are simply asking the city council to receive the study at this juncture. I also wanted to add that it was brought to our attention by a member of the public that the study is currently drafted does make reference to the Coast Highway Vision Plan and implies that it applies to this area of the city. Clearly, it does not. By subsequent council action, we are not applying the Coast Highway Vision principles to South Oceanside at the request of the community and per council's vote on this. So we will be making that change to the document to strike all those references to the Coast Highway Vision Plan and make sure that those references are eliminated before we publish the final study. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Tila, who's going to make a few introductory comments and then turn it over to the consultant for a brief presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Tila Cotter. I'm the city traffic engineer for the city. Before introducing our consultant for the subject item, I would like to take this time to introduce the city's new active transportation coordinator, Christopher Martinez. He has been with the city for about a month, and Christopher was born and raised in Oceanside and actually and went to school at UCSD and actually worked as an intern for the city a couple of years ago, and then is now working for us here. So I would like to welcome Christopher to our traffic engineering team. And Christopher, you want to stand up? So thank you. So I'm very excited that he has joined our team because, as you know, Howard LaGrange has retired, and so he's filling some pretty big shoes right now. So then continuing with item 15, tonight we present to you the Coastal Rail Trail Feasibility Study, which covers the area between Buccaneer Park and South City limits. The city was awarded a Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant from Caltrans for $339,000, which included city match. This project looked into the feasibility of enhancing the existing portions of the Coastal Rail Trail and filling in the gaps. Alta Planning and Design was awarded the contract to help the city conduct the Coastal Rail Trail feasibility study. Kristen Hockham, a senior planning associate with Alta, will be presenting this study. I would like to introduce you to Kristen Hockham.
Good evening. The Oceanside Coastal Rail Trail feasibility study, analyzed extending the Coastal Rail Trail from Buccaneer Park to the existing trail that starts at South Coast Highway and Eaton Street. While there's an existing trail between Buccaneer Park and Vista Way, this project is looking to create an improved trail facility that also creates a trail connection between Vista Way and the southern terminus of our study area at South Coast Highway. The section of the Coastal Rail Trail to the north of our project area from Oceanside Boulevard to Moore Street, shown as a dashed green line here on the map, has been planned and once constructed, along with a segment that is a part of our study, will form a continuous trail between the Oceanside Transit Center and Carlsbad. Added as an addendum to the Coastal Rail Trail study, we are also investigating and will offer preliminary conceptual designs for connecting a footpath from Moore Street to the Loma Alta Vista footpath that connects into Buccaneer Park. The goals of the projects include improve the multi-use trail between Buccaneer Park and Moore Street and Vista Way, and add a new multi-use trail from Vista Way to South Coast Highway. The study included a robust outreach and engagement process to reach residents, visitors, students, and families in order to make them aware of the project, but also to solicit feedback and input on the new designs, trail amenities, and the design itself. This process included pop-up events, stakeholder workshops, surveys, mailers, and a project webpage. I will summarize these efforts on the next slides. I wanted to note that the project amount of $339,000, of that amount, about a quarter of those funds were dedicated to public outreach and engagement. Pop-up events. These occurred between June 2023 and February 2024. We reached 340 people at these events at 5 locations, including in South Oceanside. The locations were selected to reach a variety of populations, including existing trail users, potential trail users, families, and South Oceanside residents. Project staff provided information, distributed bike and pedestrian safety resources, and collected feedback on the preferred trail characteristics. Staff kept track of contacts using a simple tally method. Our workshops occurred between August 2023 and September 2024. There were 2 in-person workshops hosted here at City Hall, as well as 1 virtual workshop hosted in September of 2024. The in-person workshops were an open house style designed to allow people to come in, ask questions, and learn from the project staff. The virtual workshop was a report out on the project findings and recommendations, while still offering participants a chance to ask questions and give comments. The final virtual workshop was publicly noticed through the project webpage, social media, and a postcard sent to all addresses, residential and business, within about 3 weeks in advance, within a quarter mile of the center of the project. During the workshop, the final design alternatives were presented, which included the bridge alignment. In addition to the pop-ups and the workshops, a survey was created for this project. It was made available digitally, and people were invited to access the survey through the project webpage, social media, and using sidewalk decals you might have seen around the city. These included QR codes and the project webpage. Paper surveys were made available to those persons who asked for them during in-person events and were entered into our survey system by project staff. A total of 364 surveys were completed, with most respondents saying they live in the 92054 area code. What we heard from respondents is that safety was their top priority for the Coastal Rail Trail. The alternatives analysis, the purpose of this analysis, we've split the study area into 2 segments, north and south segments. The north segment is shown in blue on your screen, and we looked at this to identify how the trail should cross the west to the east side of the rail. Whereas the south side, which is shown in green, looked to create a trail connection from Broadway to South Coast Highway. The preferred alternative for the northern segment is N1, Myers to Broadway via North Side Rail overcrossing, including a bridge. The preferred alternative for the southern segment, S2, which was Broadway to Eaton using a shared use trail. However, it was determined that this alternative would have significant impacts on private property and the roadway function so subsequently S3 was decided upon, which is a Broadway to Eaton alignment with the selected area selected as a preferred south side alternative. To serve as a visual for the Moore Street connector, this project was added as an addition to the project. It's not a part of the grant funding, and we did this at the request of local residents. We looked at the connector to create a footpath connection that links down to the existing Loma Alta footpath. The planned trail, shown as the dashed green line, will also implement a ramp connecting from the Coastal Rail Trail down to the Loma Alta footpath at Buccaneer Park. This is just a conceptual design and, again, was not part of the original grant. The final alignment's estimated cost is about $11 million to design and build the identified multi-use trail extension to the Coastal Rail Trail, including the bridge. Staff will seek funding through various grant programs such as the Caltrans Active Transportation Program to implement this project. You do that. Oh. Oh, I love. Okay. The next phase of the project would involve the development of construction documentation and overcrossing structure design, including the bridge, going over the railroad tracks. I did want to mention that NCTD was consulted on this project as well and is open to this recommendation. So with that, we would like to recommend that the staff recommends that the City Council receive and file the Coastal Rail Trail feasibility study. And I will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. We have reached the 6 o'clock time certain for our public hearing, so I'm going to ask that you hang around. I understand we do have 4 members of the public who wish to speak on this. We're going to have to stop and address our public hearing items.
Great.
Thank you very much. We're going to first call item number 16. Staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution Number 2024-P09, denying regular coastal permit and variance to allow an existing unpermitted balcony accessory to a second-story apartment unit that exceeds the maximum allowable lot coverage in the R1 district at 1842 South Pacific Street. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing. Request disclosures by council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff, members of the public, and the applicant.
Staff, public, the appellant, and I visited the site.
Staff, public, and I also visited the site and including speaking with the applicants.
I talked to staff, visited the site, and spoke with the applicant.
Staff visited the site, spoke with the applicant, and yes.
Thank you. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
We have forwarded all the correspondence to the council prior to the meeting.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and begin the presentation by Mr. Domhowski, Principal Planner for the City of Oceanside.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Rob Domhowski with the Planning Division, and item 16 is consideration of an appeal for a regular coastal permit and variance at 1842 South Pacific Street. Staff is recommending City Council uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny the coastal permit and variance for an unpermitted balcony accessory to an apartment unit. The project site is located at 1842 South Pacific Street in South Oceanside between Cassidy Street and St. Malo. The 6,000 square foot site is developed with 3 units, a duplex up front, and a unit 3 above a detached garage, and there's also an ADU as a part of a garage conversion. The 3 multifamily units were constructed in 1951 and are considered legal, non-conforming, and were constructed under the previous R3 zoning. The site is located in the appeal jurisdiction of the California Coastal Commission and has a zoning designation of R1. The applicant is requesting a regular coastal permit to allow an existing unpermitted balcony accessory to Unit 3 and a variance to exceed the maximum lot coverage in the R1 of 40%. A lot coverage of 40% is proposed. The 326 square foot balcony is constructed of wood and measures 13 feet in height. In December of 2022, the property owner obtained a building permit to remodel and repair all 3 units, including window replacement and a variety of interior improvements. Between December 2022 and May 2023, the owner was cited multiple times by code enforcement for the construction that exceeded the scope of work authorized under the building permit. Stop work notices were posted on the property. On May 12th of 2023, code enforcement documented the construction of the balcony without a permit and posted a stop work order. The balcony was subsequently finished without a valid building permit as documented on May 23rd of that year. In June 2023, the owner submitted a revised building permit to update the full scope of work. Code enforcement noted the new balcony, and the applicant was informed that a regular coastal permit would be required based on the site's location in the appeal area of the local coastal zone. The applicant submitted an application for a coastal permit in August of 2023, and during that review, staff determined that the balcony exceeded the maximum lot coverage in the R1. In 1950, the project site and the entire 1800 to 2000 block of South Pacific Street was zoned R3 multifamily. The 6,000 square foot lots were developed with a variety of single family and multifamily units. In 1958, the City Council adopted the 1958 zoning ordinance and changed this block, the entire block, to the R1 single family zone. The block has remained R1 and is currently zoned applicable to the zoning ordinance, the Article 10C. Lot coverage is defined as a percentage of a site covered by structures more than 30 inches in height. If the block had remained zoned R3, the lot coverage would have been 60%. However, rezoning to R1 changed the maximum lot coverage to 40%. Per Article 35 of the zoning ordinance, structures built under a previous zoning code are considered conforming, provided that any new additions conform to the current code. The Planning Commission considered the project on April 22nd of 2024 and denied the coastal permit and variance. An appeal was subsequently filed by the applicant, who is now referred to as the appellant. The applicant raised 5 main appeal issues regarding staff's calculation of lot coverage, violation of 14th Amendment rights, lot coverage requirements prior to 1958, staff misguidance, and the site's physical conditions, hardships, and potential benefits. Issue 1, the appellant contests staff's calculation of lot coverage for other properties in the vicinity. Staff evaluated existing lot coverage based on building permit and coastal permit records. It is acknowledged that certain properties in the area exceed 40% lot coverage. Many were developed under the previous R3 zoning, which allowed 60% lot coverage. All properties on this block are now subject to the R1 standards with a maximum lot coverage of 40%. And as previously noted, Article 35 of the zoning code, properties developed under a previous zoning code are subject to current regulations for any new additions. The appellant alleges that denial of the variance is a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Staff found no evidence that the applicant was treated unequally compared to other applicants in similar situations. All variance requests are evaluated objectively, subject to required findings. Staff has recommended denial of variances in the past, a recent one in 2021 for a setback encroachment in St. Malo. That application was ultimately withdrawn by the applicant before consideration. The appellant claims that staff made inaccurate assumptions about lot coverage prior to 1958. A review of the 1950 zoning ordinance by staff found no lot coverage requirements for either R1 or R3. The 1958 zoning ordinance established lot coverage at 60% for R3 and 40% for the R1 district. There is no evidence that the property was ever subject to a more restricted lot coverage. The appellant claims that he has provided misguidance from staff on the type of coastal permit required. Staff provided written plan check comments in July of 2023, indicating that a regular coastal permit would be required based on the site's location in the appeal jurisdiction. The appellant claims that a variance should be granted due to the physical and geographic conditions, site-specific hardships, and community benefits. Staff finds that the 6,000 square foot lot is of similar size to other R1 properties in the area and void of constraints. The appellant cites that the site size, shape necessitates a variance to provide outdoor space for the 3 units, helps alleviate the city's housing shortage, and the variance would provide a community benefit. Staff finds that the site has existing outdoor space between the units. 2 of the 3 units are licensed as short-term rentals and do not provide housing opportunities, and there are no community benefits since the property is private development. The appellant claims that failure to obtain a building permit prior to the variance is not relevant. Staff finds that the ability to obtain a building permit was not the basis for denial of the variance. A building permit cannot be issued unless a coastal permit is approved. The appellant claims that granting a variance would not violate the local coastal program. Approval of a coastal permit is subject to compliance with all zoning requirements of the R1 district. The variance was found inconsistent with the required findings and therefore would not be consistent with the local coastal program. Pursuant to Article 46 of the zoning ordinance, the council may consider only the issues raised in the appeal. An analysis of the appeal points demonstrates that the appellant has not provided the basis for overturning the Planning Commission's denial of the variance. As such, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission resolution denying regular coastal permit and a variance to allow an existing unpermitted balcony accessory to a second-story apartment unit that exceeds the maximum allowable lot coverage in the R1 district. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. And before we hear from the appellant, who are starting to move down here. Yes, thank you. I wanted to make an announcement that we do have chairs that have been set out in the foyer. If people who are standing up, if you would like to go into the foyer, you can actually hear the meeting from there. if you'd like to do that. No movement, but okay. Just wanted to let you know, just in case you get tired of holding up the wall. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for doing that. All right, so we are going to hear next from the appellants. Basically, this is Mr. and Mrs. Shane Garst. And they're setting up.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you so much for having us here today.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Jamie Garst. I'm here on behalf of, well, my husband and I own the property here on 1842 South Pacific Street.
So let me know when you're ready. Are you ready
I'm ready.
now? Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, so you do get 20 minutes presentation. You can reserve, right? You can reserve some of that time for rebuttal.
Yes, okay,
All right?
thank you.
So 20 minutes and the light will turn green and that's when you get to start.
Okay. Again, I want to thank you so much for having me here tonight. City Council members, Mayor Sanchez, thank you for coming out and visiting the property, seeing in person what we are working with here. I appreciate all of your time and for hearing me out today. I want to thank you to the public, our family and friends who are here, who've been on this journey with us with the build and remodel of our property. Many of them have stayed at our property. We also have residents that live near that are also here too. And I just want to thank you for your support. To the City of Oceanside, I want to as well acknowledge you and thank you for all the hard work that you do to make these projects go through with everything that the city has to approve and all the different sort of projects. I know that you guys are day-to-day, ground and pound, having to do a lot, and I know it's not easy, and I thank you. I thank you for all your hard work. I'm a native of Oceanside. I've seen this city come far. It's irrecognizable, and I know it's no coincidence, and I know it's people in place that are doing the legwork, and I just want to thank you for that. So I want to give a little bit of a background on myself and my family. Like I mentioned, I'm a native of Oceanside, born and raised. I grew up at the back gate of Camp Pendleton, some may still call the Deep Valley. My parents own a home there to this day. My father, he is a retired Marine of 30 years. He's here today in the audience. I have a lot of love for our city, and again, how far it has come and how far the people have come. I went to Libby Elementary School from kindergarten all the way up. I graduated from El Camino High School in 1999. We are not investors. We have roots here, deep pride in our hometown. Growing up, I used to drive up and down Pacific Street. I used to look at people on their decks. I didn't know a soul who lived in those homes. It was a goal of mine to one day own a property that I could share with my family and friends and the community and those visiting our community. Today, I'm here to present our property here and the deck, this big issue of our deck. We have advocated pretty hard for this deck for a few reasons, okay? The deck sits within our own private courtyard. It offers our third back unit, its only private outdoor space, as well as offering shade for our bottom back unit. Shade that we would otherwise not have, and I know it's by the coast, but there are those couple months in the summer where it's sweltering hot and allows for the guests and the tenants to enjoy a shaded area there. It does not protrude out toward the ocean. In fact, many people who come to see it don't even know it's there until they're right in the middle of our courtyard. It does not extend out into the alley. It's not a rooftop deck. It does not impede anybody's view of the ocean. So as we all know, in the last Planning Commission meeting, it was denied. And today I just want to talk about the main reason that it was denied, and that is this topic of lot coverage. Basically, the city is saying that if they grant us this deck, that we would be over the allotted 40% of lot coverage that the rest of our neighbors have, and that by granting us the deck, that we would be given special privilege that our neighbors do not have. This brings me so this is our two front units here, our private courtyard, and the deck back to our. Coincidentally, our neighbors next door at 1902. Coincidentally, our neighbors here at 1902 were building along at the same time that we were going through a renovation and a house remodel. So what we had to bring in was a third-party land surveying company, and they were able to obtain some real values for us. This is our property here. If we had this balcony, we would be at 45%. Now, that's roughly 5 over the allotted 40%. This is our neighbor's property. They too have a balcony. Per the public building plans for their property, they were allotted 57 to 59% lot coverage. This here is a covered structure that was not on their plans that is there today, bringing them up even more. They also have a deck. This is their whole property here. That was not there before, okay? We were also able to survey a few other. This is from a licensed third-party surveying company. This is not a Google Doc image. This is not something that we orchestrated. They stamped their approval here. Here again, it's kind of hard to see, but we included them in your pamphlets. So our property here is at 45%. Our neighbors here 65%. And as you can see, the rest, we were able to look over a few more properties, and you can see that all of those are well over 40%. So I bring this up only because I want them, I'm happy for them that they are able to maximize their space. I know how unaffordable housing is. And for someone to be able to maximize their home space that they pay a lot of money for, I understand that. I think that's wonderful. I have no problem with that. All I'm asking is for the same reconsideration with our small balcony. I feel like this is a point for some neighbors to, easily call in and complain, and they're using this balcony as a means to do that. Again, I'm not here to character assassinate anyone. I'm not here to do any of that, okay? I'm happy for them. I want them to be happy. I want them to enjoy their property, and I would like to enjoy our property too and continue to utilize our property for the benefit of our community, okay? As healthcare workers, my husband and I are advanced practice nurses. Our hope for our property as well is to house healthcare workers that work within our community, maybe even some that are doing temporary contracts from the Midwest and coming out and want to live by the coast. Every detail of design of our property is designed for that, for somebody to come and have rest, have respite, have comfort. It's a place of wellness. We want to continue to do that. And I have a lot of pride in everything, even down to our blackout shades. We've been questioned by our neighbors, as to why we have blackout shades. What are we doing in our place that we have blackout shades? I don't know if anybody has needed healthcare in the middle of the night. Those people need to sleep during the day. That is what those blackout shades are for. I want to just continue to serve the community with our property. We've been able to, we've had family that wouldn't otherwise be able to make memories there. They're all here today. It's a beautiful place. And up until this point, we have complied with the city, regardless of what date they have here. Everything we have done, we've paid the monies. We went through the Coastal Commission as we were told, and here we are. And I am graciously asking for your reconsideration of our balconies so that we can continue on to serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you have 10 minutes, 27 seconds left. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. This is the time for, to hear from the public. Did anyone actually sign up for that?
Yes, we have 10 speakers on this item.
Okay. In addition to those 10 who have actually signed up, if you wish to also address the council, you do not have to have actually signed up. This is a public hearing. After we go through the list, if you wish to also address the council, you have that right. You said 10?
That is correct.
10. So I do want to ask, as to those 10, you are able to do an organized presentation. And if not, do you think that you could, I'll say this. You have up to 3 minutes each. If you can, if somebody else says the same thing, that you wanted to say, just go ahead and say, I just wanted to add my, words to that. And then, so that we can cut down the time. Okay? So let's go ahead and start with the 10. We're going to start with Kasim Osgood. I probably butchered your name. Sorry about that.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Kasim Osgood. I'm a former San Diego Charger. Love this country. Love this community. Oceanside is one of the more beautiful communities. Had a chance to spend a lot of time with Junior Seau before he passed. He's a good friend of mine. He's a good mentor. Ended up going to San Diego State. But before I got to San Diego State, I went to Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo. This is where 1998, where I met Shane Garsh for the first time. Walking on campus, got a chance to meet him. He's a great guy. Became fast friends. And fast forward, 9/11 happened. I wanted to transfer schools. Ended up getting an offer to go to University of Oregon. But all planes are grounded for September 11th, so I had one choice to go to, and that was San Diego State. Came down here, took a tour of the city, took a tour of the campus, and fell in love with it instantly. Through my time at San Diego State, got a chance to meet a lot of people in the community, got out, do a lot of community service. I would say this is one of the best places I've ever been in my life. Even moved my mom from Chicago to live down here. San Diego has a way of doing things, very organized, very orderly, but first and foremost, we're about family and community. This is something that's played a vital role in my football career. As a Charger, 2003 happened, my rookie year, and we had to go through the fires. It was very intense, very crazy, very traumatic time for a lot of people in the community. I do remember Shane had transferred from Cal Poly to San Diego State with me, and we took time to go help Red Cross, go deliver water, deliver clothes, help the Rock Church deliver aid to people in the community. This is something that rings true of the character that Shane and Jamie have. I had a chance to meet Jamie's father, Sergeant Major Misa, and I see where the values and morals come from. There's a deep sense of community that belongs in this family, and the reason why they fight so hard for the community is if you go outside and you see it, as Jamie had mentioned previously, Oceanside's come a long way. San Diego as a whole has come a long way. We've got great leaders up here. You guys have a set of way of rules that we have to follow and abide by, and we all understand that. And that's the part about San Diego that we love, is that we come together, understand how we need to live together, and we find a way to make it happen, make it work. Now, unfortunately, the Chargers had to leave, and Oceanside was one of those places where they could have come, they should have come, but I wasn't on that panel to be able to plead the case.
You weren't on the negotiations team?
I was not asked to negotiate, unfortunately, for us. But you see that Oceanside is building rapidly out here. This is a place, it's a destination to come to where people want to come from across the country to be here. I remember being on other teams in my NFL career, and everybody always mentioned, why would you ever leave San Diego? Now, apart from the owners not paying the money, there's no reason to leave San Diego. And the fact that they wanted to come back here and build the condo that they built, they've allowed a lot of people to come to this condo and enjoy it, which otherwise would not have. I've sent friends that I've had that have been in certain situations where they needed immediate residency here in Oceanside in order to either do a procedure or their home burned down or any kind, and there's a whole host of reasons why, but they've always opened their home to all their friends and family, to people they don't know. And the fact that they're having an issue with it, they want to rectify it. It's the type of people they are. They don't run away from a challenge. They come back. They want to make sure they're doing it the right way. I've sat and watched them graduate from nursing school, the amount of time it takes to get it done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So the fact that they
Thank you,
want to
Mr.
get it done.
Osgood.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was 3 minutes. Sorry about that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I don't think anyone else is going to be making those comments. So, well, maybe Phyllis Osgood. Followed by Louisa, followed by Blake Frazier. And we do have 2 podiums if you want to, if the next person up, Louisa, wants to go to the next podium. Yes.
Hi, thank you for having us
Phyllis.
here tonight. And I just want to reiterate what my son has said.
Very eloquent.
Yes, I met Jamie Blessing. She married into the family because I consider Shane my son as he went to college. I've known him for quite almost 30, a little over 30 years. So everything my son said is true. And I lived in Oceanside for 3 years. And if it wasn't for the Mises being proud of Oceanside to build it up, because I lived just right down the street and I saw not even like maybe 5 years ago the housing. And I have to respect Oceanside out of San Diego County for caring and building up. I watched how they try to help the homeless, from the policemen, and I just hope that you consider that what they're doing is to help build up and bring people to this beautiful city and enjoy it.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Louisa, followed by Blake Frazier.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Luisa Petaya. I am honored to speak on behalf of my friends Jamie and Shane Garst. They are truly great people, and I just want to share that the experience that I've had in working with Jamie and Shane has been very genuine. And by now, many of you have been able to walk the space, the property that is referred to as South Ohana. And for those of you who may not know, Ohana means family in Hawaiian. And I personally believe that that's a core value for Jamie and Shane. It's a very, they are rooted in family, as you can tell. We kind of came in full force today, respectfully. But to speak on that point, their journey is, and their sole purpose is to serve the community. And I just want to briefly share that in the midst of every good thing lies a little bit of bad. So for this small piece of the in compliance to the lot coverage concern, I hope that the goodness of their work and their hearts of service prevails tonight, and that members of the panel this evening are able to reconsider that this may just be one of those bad seeds in the midst of a good harvest. Because ultimately, this property may serve a greater good for the city of Oceanside. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Blake Frazier, followed by Velasco. If Velasco can come to the other podium. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. As she said, my name is Blake Frazier. I've known Shane and Jamie for about 10 years. We all work in healthcare. I met Shane working at UCSD. And with regard to the community, I'm a San Diego native as well. And to Jamie's point, Oceanside has changed significantly. I'm from a little bit further south. I live in the La Jolla area, but back when I was in high school in the early 2000s, Oceanside was not a place that I would come and hang out. But because of the property that they have now, I was able to come and stay very close to the beach and enjoy myself with having a limited budget like I do. And with regard to Jamie and saying the black curtains, I don't know if you guys have ever had the opportunity to be in a pitch black room and also listen to waves while you go to sleep. I was able to do that and sleep peacefully. I work about 70 hours a week for my job, and it's really hard for me to get a good night's sleep. And on that particular instance where Shane and Jamie allowed me to stay in the property for essentially pennies, I was able to afford to give my wife a nice evening on Valentine's Day, which I would otherwise not have the opportunity to do. And everybody that gets up here is going to tell you what a beautiful couple they are. Shane in particular, I've never spoken to a nicer guy. I've never been met with a hug and a smile every single time I see someone. And I would see Shane Monday through Friday, and his glass is overflowing with love and optimism. So they built this property, in my opinion, to share that love and optimism with people, and for the people that come to that property to be a part of their family, which is huge. You can see all these people that are here on their behalf. And I, like I said, I met Shane, 10 years ago, well into my 30s, and immediately felt like I was a part of his family. And the same with Jamie. When I first got to hug the both of them at the same time, it's really awesome. And that love is all throughout that property. And for something as simple as a balcony, this seems very trivial for what this property is actually going to be able to provide for people like it provided for myself. So I hope that you guys consider to reverse the decision on their behalf, because it's definitely worth it for the community. In addition to staying there, I would come back and spend, hundreds of dollars in the restaurants that are near the property as well, if given the opportunity. So appreciate your time, everyone.
Thank you very much. Velasco, followed by Marcos Maldonado, if you can come down as well.
Hi,
Velasco?
my name is Andrina Velasco. I am in agreement to what everybody prior to me has already mentioned about Jamie and Shane. And I have been privileged to stay at the condos, and it was a complete blessing for me to be able to take some time and some self-care and be able to use their space as a complete wellness, to be able to listen to the ocean and to be able to just relax and take the time from much needed distractions. And as a person that frequently goes and drives around the Pacific and Cassidy Street and visits Buccaneer Beach and all these things, I have never seen that balcony in my driving around, and I have only noticed it once I was within the units inside the courtyard and within the top unit. And I am in support of the approval of their permit that is being requested, and I thank you very much for your reconsideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Velasco, and I am a resident here at Oceanside, and I work in Oceanside. I know Jamie and Shane through a family. We're family through family. I got to experience the unforgettable night of my wedding there at that condo. This is a picture of their black shades. This was the moment where my husband and I got to share the special moment of not seeing each other through those shades and through their sliding door. I'll never forget that. She had open-handedly given me the opportunity to stay there for a night to get ready for the morning upon my wedding. I thank them for that. They both have, I've known them for over 15 years. They both inspired me to go into the healthcare as I am pursuing that dream of mine today. And that condo of theirs is a beautiful, I know they put a lot of pride and joy into that Ohana place, and Ohana really is family, and that's how they make everybody feel. So I also, too, am for the approval for the City of Oceanside for their balcony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Marcos Maldonado, followed by Melissa Mirza.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Marcos Maldonado. I've actually been homeless in Oceanside for the last 5 years. I met Dr. Shane up at the Walmart on College in 76. And he knows because I was a welder and I was in a structure collapse, and my arm got badly burned. And I lost everything, But I just want to say that Shane has been not only a mentor, but just such a great person, always, you know, help me out whenever he can. You know, I tell people, man, I met this doctor. He's the greatest guy. And they're like, yeah, right. You didn't meet a doctor. But it's true, you know. And he's such a genuine person, such a loving person, you know. I was hit by a car and I lost my ability to walk. I was paralyzed from the waist down. And I called him and he sent an Uber for me up at Walmart and took me right to UCSD, and they did spinal surgery on me in May, and I can walk again, you know. And it's just something like this that's just amazing to me, you know. And
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Melissa Merza, followed by Wynn Kramer. Wynn Kramer.
I wanted to read a letter on behalf of a resident that wasn't able to make it. So this is in support of Jamie and Shane, and the letter is from Ray at 1901 South Myers Street, unit number 4. This letter serves as a statement of purpose for Dr. Shane Garst and his private balcony located within his private courtyard. The balcony is secluded and not visible from any public areas, ensuring it does not disrupt or inconvenience anyone in the vicinity of the property. Throughout our interactions with Shane and the property, we have never encountered any issues or disturbances. I also want to speak on my behalf as a local, pulling up my own notes. Okay, so I've personally stayed at the property with my family. It's a gift to our friend and family community to have the opportunity to gather there. I've lived in San Francisco for the past 20 years and I've been away. Jamie and Shane were a huge part of the reason we moved back to be close to community, especially as educators. My husband and I are both educators. We want to move to cities and invest in cities to have neighbors like Jamie and Shane who cause no harm and contribute to the greater good. I also want to say, as an educator and a mom, I'm really uncomfortable with the level of harassment Jamie and Shane's neighbors have subjected to the Garsts and their guests, especially female guests and their children, taking pictures of their children. If you are a parent, you know it makes parents extremely uncomfortable to have strangers take photos of your young children. My kids are 3 and 6. They've stayed at the property with me multiple times. That's the behavior that I'm incredibly uncomfortable with, and I want to call it what it is, which is harassment. Jamie also did not mention the fact, and I want to bring it up, that since the start of the fires in LA, their properties have housed fire evacuees, which is pursuant to their mission of serving the community, including families with newborns who needed access to fresh air. There was a question asked earlier, why do they need a private balcony on that unit when they already have access to outdoor space? Because if anyone has ever had or cared for a newborn, you know that you're a hot mess and you just want a private space to catch your breath, and that balcony offers that. On a more personal note, I came to stay at Jamie and Shane's property with family and friends after I myself experienced a manic episode after I lost my job and my father in the pandemic. I needed a quiet space to gather with my kids and to have my family and friends around me to care for me, not just my children. Jamie and Shane, I just want to thank you for all that you do to care for your friends and the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wynn Kramer, followed by Steve Beckerman.
Good evening. My name is Wynn Kramer, and needless to say, my experience has been quite different. I'm the CEO of JLab. We're a company based in the 78 corridor with over 100 employees. Our journey started right here in Oceanside, the Piazza del Oro apartments. Now I want to share a story, not just for myself, but as a cautionary tale for this community. In 2022, my family and I purchased a $4.5 million home in Carlsbad from the Garsts. We closed escrow in August, excited to move into our dream home. But within just 4 months, that dream turned into a nightmare. Severe structural deficiencies due to unpermitted work, unlicensed contractors, cut corners, and deliberate deviations from the approved plans resulted in catastrophic water intrusion that rendered the home unlivable. Over 60% of the home was destroyed, leaving us no choice to move out. For over a year, we bounced from Airbnb to Airbnb, paying out of pocket while permits were required and repairs could begin. It has cost our family nearly $2.5 million to rectify the damage caused by Shane's shortcuts and negligence. The Garsts haven't paid a dime. When we discovered the extent of the damage, we tried to resolve the situation amicably, giving Shane the contractually required 90 days to present a corrective action plan, Instead of addressing the issues, he placed a lien on my property. When I asked why, his wife, Jamie, gave me a chilling response to get my attention. As the situation escalated, we filed a lawsuit to protect our investment. In retaliation, Shane filed a false restraining order against me, claiming I had threatened to kill him and his family. These accusations were false and designed to silence me. Judge Laura Duffy, recognizing the truth, denied this request and awarded me 100% of my attorney's fees, a rare outcome in cases like that. But Shane didn't stop there. On the memo line of his first repayment check, he wrote disparaging comments about me and Judge Duffy, including the threat, "A time is coming." This prompted Judge Duffy to recuse herself from the case, and a new judge subsequently granted me a multi-month restraining order against Shane, giving him time to cool off. What I've learned through this ordeal is that when things don't go Shane's way, he resorts to bullying, threats, and intimidation rather than accountability. My personal experience, as well as accounts from neighbors, contractors, and even city officials, suggest this behavior is not an isolated incident. I'm not here to debate the legality of Shane's project in Oceanside, which is now listed for sale, by the way, for $6 million. I'm here to share my experience and express deep concern about his business practices and conduct. Shane's decisions put my family at risk and threaten my career. In my opinion, Shane Garst is a bully, and communities like ours must stand up to people who behave this way. My hope is that my story provides clarity as you weigh your decision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Steve Beckerman, followed by Cheryl Paler. Steve Beckerman?
Yes. Thank you. My name's Steve Beckerman. My wife and I purchased the house 4 years ago. We moved down from Sonoma, where we had experience of 3 years of fires right near our house. We've worked with the city after living in our house for a year to develop plans to what we could do to remodel, which it was in need of. And we worked with the city to build what I thought at that time might have been one of the first SB9s in the city. We lived there, and we had to, my wife spent a year working on and off every week at the building and planning department to do things properly, to do things to code, and to follow all the rules and regulations, building on the existing footprint. Mr. Garst bought the house and started construction while we were living there that first year. And when we started our construction, we were going up and adding a floor on top on the existing footprint with new setbacks under the new regulations. And he became irate because we had gone up and he wanted to do that, but he had already remodeled his house. We worked with the city. We had all our permits. We passed every single inspection properly. We're in support of upholding the resolution. We've had, when they were doing construction, they had 50 feet of scaffolding fall into the street, and yet he comes, when we have scaffolding, complaining we don't have any cloth protecting, which we didn't need at the time because we weren't doing any plastering or anything. And yet we're subjected to, on a Sunday morning at 4 o'clock, having 50 feet of scaffolding fall onto Pacific Terrace. We're just here because we feel we've worked with the city, we've done things legally, and now someone has gone through, done things without the benefit of permits, and what they're doing now, he's a developer. The house is for sale for almost $6 million. So to say, when he met us, it was like, oh, it's for my family to use. It was nothing. It was 3 units, now it's 4. And I don't know whether other parts of the redevelopment of the property where there was supposed to be existing replacement of windows, now there's sliding glass doors opening to the deck. Other structural, the garage and 4 parking spaces has now been turned into a 4th unit, an ADU. All the cars are parked in driveway or along the street in front of the house where the existing garage is. So we're just here to support the resolution upholding the Planning Commission's resolution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheryl Paler?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight and allowing me to say a few things. I am representing Jamie's family. I am the niece of her father. We are deeply rooted here in Oceanside. We are from the Samoan community, grown up, born and raised here. We're part of the Samoan sister city. We're super active. I just want to speak on behalf of my cousin here. I am the family that she allowed to use this property. And we got to not just use the front, the middle, but we got to use the back as well. I'm also the family that's children were videotaped. My little niece ran down along with my other 3 nieces and said, there's a man videotaping us. I mean, and I'm talking 6 and 7-year-olds up in that loft being videotaped. As we ran up, all Jamie asked him was to please stop videotaping our family. The night before, it was for my daughter's bridal shower. She said, Cheryl, come and use the property. I wouldn't have been ever able to afford something like that. I work very, very hard, but I was never allowed, I never thought in a million years when I met with Jamie and got to meet her awesome husband. I remember her saying, you know, I used to drive down this road, and I'm just reiterating what she said. I used to drive down this road and I used to look up and think, who could afford this? Jamie is different. She was different from us. We're not just those Samoans who can play football or play volleyball or could play softball. We had somebody who actually really did something, who went out there, went to school, got an education, became a doctor. We were proud. We are proud. She allowed us to utilize this property that she had, never asked us for anything. And even when we were done having our event on a Saturday, it was Sunday, we were gonna leave, she said, stay, it's a holiday. You know what? She sent over a charcuterie board. Our whole family was able to just, you know what? To imagine, told my children and my nieces and nephews, look around, you too can do this. Coming out of Oceanside, where the city of where the palm trees grow, if you're rooted, you know what that means. I say it, and I say it with passion, because she does care about our family. She does care about us all being able to see her make it. My uncle being so proud of his baby girl. She's everything, and everything to us. I remember taking my parents and driving up and down the road just so they could see. I told them, oh my gosh, you guys should see. All Jamie kept telling me was, Cheryl, this is for the family. Whatever you need, this is for the family. And she's come through every single time. So when she says it's for family, it's for family. When we recorded, I'm just piggybacking off what was already said, we were recorded the night before when we were setting up for the shower. We never went and told our husbands, because as you know, we're married to Polynesian men. Didn't want them to know, but after we turned off all the lights, there was a camera on three women in the dark. But I want to thank you, Jamie. You've done an amazing job, and you made our family proud.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is a public hearing. If you wish to, if anyone in the chambers wishes to address the council on this item, please rise, come to the podium. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. State your name and then speak. I don't see anybody. Cindy?
Cindy Rocco, South Oceanside, and I'm here to support this family. And the reason is because I think that basically this is a wooden deck. I mean, you can do it with condition, but it can't be rebuilt into I think the concern with the policies are that someone will add a room addition. So it is a deck. We're going to go for a 5% issue here, and they're not going to do what a lot of other developers want to do and build out. And then if a deck was on the ground, that's footprint, right? If a deck in the air is footprint, deck on the ground is footprint too, but that's allowable. That's just one point. Also, I know from the Planning Commission that there was issues about short-term rentals, and they were using them for that. And they're doing the month-to-month, if something was listed, if they're renting by the month, that makes it not a short-term rental. But right down the road from him, I went and saw the site today and did all that. I walked down, and here it is. Is there the permit on a house? I don't know how far away that is. It's not very far, and here there is a short-term rental permit. and it's on the same walkway that's up there. So some can do it and some can't, but he's not going to do it. But I'm just saying, it seems to be loud. So, and also, the one suggestion would be, if you did approve, I guess, the variance, make it so that it can't be, there's conditions on it. A simple thing of conditions that it can't be expanded, built on, so no matter, even if whoever buys the house can't do that. So I think that's a pretty reasonable solution to this. And I think there's a lot of character assassinations and things going on because we did it right and they did it wrong. But I'll tell you, if you go around that neighborhood, you're going to see a lot of wrong. So, and it's fantastic because they're going right in with the intent of the city with housing. And they have parking. They have parking on the road, but they do have parking too, like every other multiple unit down there. So I just think that should be a way to do this.
Right.
Because I know there's fear that other people will build out on their things according to these policies and local coastal plan, 1950, 1986. And I don't think that that's the case here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak? I see no one else rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing. And yes. And then, because we have to end that part of it and then go back to the appellant. You do have 10 minutes and 50 plus seconds. Did you want to address anything?
I would love to.
I mean, what was said was really irrelevant to the hearing.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
did you want to add anything else?
I just want to say that, that's a whole nother can of worms. I want to focus today
It's not before
on
the
our
council.
balcony. And I'm not here to bash anybody. That's a whole nother issue. But I do think it's worth noting that when Kramer here, he, along with the whole house, he.
That issue's not before the council.
Right, exactly. But to make a long story short, he has created websites in our name, posting pictures of my kids but basically what he's doing is what this is causing is for him to join forces with our neighbors, with our two neighboring sides. So I just want to make that point that there's a lot to be said there, and I just again want to bring it back to our balcony and again and what we're doing.
This
and
is about the balcony.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely. So
got it.
Again, thank you for your time and your consideration in all this. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's to the council, and I would like to make a motion that we grant the appeal. There does seem to be other similar balconies existing in the immediate vicinity, and it certainly would be a hardship to remove. So granting the appeal would actually grant the variance. Variance basically means it's a change from existing law, and that there is a basis for it. So motion is to grant the appeal, which would then grant the variance and also the regular coastal permit. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, and I apologize for the earlier interruption. One, I'm very glad you pointed out what was germane and not, because I'm glad we don't have to decide who's a good neighbor and who's a good family member and all the other stuff that would be ugly. I don't know if you would be open to adding to your thing. I think, unless staff can say that they are confident that the deck was built with proper construction, with the footings, I would just add that I think
That it be safe and be in accordance with law.
they should have to prove that I'll leave it to the building department.
Right. That was a question that I asked the city manager, and you don't have to respond, sir. You don't have to respond.
Stop.
But yeah, I mean, that's assumed that it would be according to any laws. Do you need any language to add it to the motion?
Honorable Mayor and council members, no, as part of the permitting process, assuming that the variance is granted, before the permit is actually finalized, it would require that it be properly inspected. So that is part of the typical process.
Okay, thank you. And my comment, just because I would have made a similar motion, Mayor, so thank you. Just to our staff that continue to do the work, I think, personally, I think you're correct. I think the preponderance of the things that you showed are accurate, and the burden, I think, does rely with the appellant in this case. I do support you. Please do the work that you do every day, and for our planning commissioners, I think, they weighed the evidence and made a decision to make, and I have no problem with the decision that they made either. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Joyce?
Thank you. Just a 7-year-old would make sure that I wanted to say Ohana means family and family means nobody gets left behind. So I have to complete that one for her. And I also wanted to say just really briefly, for the folks that did feel like their families were harassed, that's a really big deal. I've had that happen with our family, and I want to apologize to you just because somebody should, and that's not right. So to get that out there. And then I just wanted to ask, when they do an inspection of the balcony, will somebody be kind of looking around generally to see if there's any unpermitted work that would need to be, or is that part of that process at all, or is it just going to go and look at the balcony?
I think the rest of it.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and council members, I can speak to that question as well. So I know that there has been a couple of code enforcement cases. My understanding is all the construction that exists on site has been properly permitted at this point, other than the balcony pending the outcome of this variance. So I feel comfortable that everything that we've seen out there recently has been properly permitted.
Okay, my only concern is, of course, the safety of anyone who's on that balcony or under it. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weiss.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. It appears that the variance is going to get granted. I take it this has to come back to us then with a resolution for adoption at some point?
Councilmember Weiss, members of the City Council, that's correct. We'd have to bring back a resolution with findings to support the council motion decision to overturn the Planning Commission's denial.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-1, Weiss, no.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break at this point, and then we're going to get to item number 17. So if you need to set up or anything, you can do that during that time period. Thank you very much. So 10 after 7. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. All right, thank you. This is item number 17. How many speakers do we have on this, by the way? 19. 18. Okay, 18. So I am going to ask you, are there any organized presentations on this?
None that I see.
Huh?
None have been indicated as being part of a group.
Okay, so on this item, we're going to get started, but first I was asking about the number of speakers on this item, and we have so far 18 people who have signed up. I'm wondering if any of those, if you'd like to do an organized presentation, you can talk while we begin. Yes, sir.
The appellant did prepare a presentation, as did the applicant.
Okay. All right. So 18, I am going to be asking that you speak for 2 minutes. If you absolutely cannot do that, I will accept your longer speech to up to 3. If you hear someone say something that very similar to what you would wanted to say, you can certainly incorporate by reference that information into your speech. Okay. So Let's get started then. This is item number 17. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2024-P16, approving development plan and density bonus on a 1.739 acre site located at 503 Vista Bella. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and or correspondence.
Staff, the public, and the applicant.
Staff, public, applicant, site visit.
Yes, same, all three. Staff, the residents of Oceana, and other members of the community.
Staff, the residents of Oceana, the applicant, and I attended the community meeting that they held.
All three, staff, public, and applicant.
Okay. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
We have forwarded all the correspondence my office has received to council prior to the meeting.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and begin the presentation with Manuel Baeza, Principal Planner for the City of Oceanside.
Good
Mr.
evening,
Baeza?
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, members of the City Council. My name is Manuel Baeza, Principal Planner for the City of Oceanside and Project Manager for the Vista Bella Mixed Use Project. Tonight, you are being asked to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the entitlements for the project's development plan and density bonus. Staff is recommending that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the project by adopting a resolution that has been included as an attachment to the staff report prepared for this item. Here is an aerial of the project site. The project site has an area of 1.74 acres. It's currently developed with an office building and parking lot. It's located at the intersection of Vista Ray and Vista Bella. It's located in the Oceana neighborhood and has zoning of limited commercial and general commercial districts. Here's a photo of the existing site. Here's the existing two-story office building, which is unoccupied and is proposed for demolition. This is the two-part application consisting of a development plan for the demolition of the existing vacant two-story office building and parking lot and the construction of a six-story mixed-use project with 73 apartments, 4 live-work units, 688 square feet of commercial space, and surface and subsurface parking. There's also a density bonus for a 50% density bonus, reserving 8 units for very low-income households, which is 15% of the base units. There's also a request for 16 waivers and a request for 2 incentives concessions. Here's the site plan for the project. The 6-story building would face Vista Bella. It's located approximately 10 feet from the Vista Bella right-of-way frontage. The building pad for this building is created by the use of retaining walls, including 2 very large retaining walls, one along the west boundary of the site and one along the south boundary of the site. 87 on-site parking stalls are proposed for the project. For the parking, subsurface and subterranean spaces are proposed. There would be EV charging stations. Parking would be assigned to residents by the apartment manager. There is a reciprocal parking agreement with the church for this site, which allow residents of this proposed project to use church parking 6 days a week from Monday to Saturday. Here are elevations for the project. At the top, you have the main east elevation facing Vista Bella, and there's the rear elevation facing the west. The building features Spanish-style architecture, stucco walls and S-style roofing, arch balcony and staircase openings. and stepped and recessed walls for building articulation. With regard to the density bonus, under the base density, 51 dwelling units are allowed for the site. The project is reserving 15% of the base units, which would be 8 units for very low-income households. That would give the applicant a 50% density bonus, which would be an additional 26 units for a total of 77 units for the site. The unit mix consists of 1 studio unit, 4 one-bedroom units, and 2 bedroom units for the affordable units. 2 incentive concessions are proposed for the project. The first one is to removal of the renewable energy requirement on site. That would give a savings of $847,800. The second incentive concession is for parking reduction from the requirement of 92 stalls to 87 stalls, and this would result in a cost savings of $556,040. Under state density bonus law, the city shall grant incentive concessions unless written findings are made of a specific adverse impact based on substantial evidence. The applicant has submitted a reasonable documentation demonstrating the cost to construction from these incentive concessions, and this would most likely result in a reduction in rental prices as well. 16 waivers are proposed for the project. They include relief from setbacks, courtyard requirements, open space and common area open space requirements, maximum floor area ratios, the maximum building height, parking stall dimensions, minimum wall offset requirements, maximum fence wall and retaining wall heights. If the city were to impose these development standards, it would physically preclude the development at the density proposed. To deny these waivers, the city must demonstrate a specific adverse impact based on written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions. On October 28, 2024, the Planning Commission approved the proposed project by a 3-to-1 vote. On November 1st, 2024, the city received an appeal of the Planning Commission's project approval from Ellen Marcial, the appellant. Appeal issues raised include health and safety impacts, requested conditions of approval, proposed conflicts between Oceanside as a charter city versus state density bonus law, reciprocal parking agreement with the church, and structural protection due to soldier pile walls being proposed for construction. Okay, for the first issue, for the first issue, the appellant states that the Planning Commission approved the project even though we demonstrated impact. The appellant states that ingress and egress is limited in Oceana, and the project will exacerbate traffic flow in the area. They also state that Oceana needs frequent emergency services. Increased traffic and the use of street parking will hinder emergency access. They're also stating that there will be impacts to pedestrian safety due to inadequate infrastructure and hazards from young residents driving faster and causing accidents. They also state that the slope on the site is unstable and that a cistern is proposed near a 28-foot high retaining wall, creating a hazardous condition. And also they're stating that the residents' health is affected due to the loss of cooling breezes and sunlight. With regard to the first impact, traffic, a local transportation analysis was prepared for the project and reviewed by city staff. It was reviewed and approved. It determined that the intersections that were studied have an acceptable level of service. In addition, a new signal is being installed at the intersection of Vista Rey and El Camino Real. Impacts would be less as significant with development of the project with regard to traffic. The second impact is for traffic and emergency services. Again, There are no impacts or less than significant impacts with regard to traffic. Also, the use of street parking does not create a hazardous condition. Street parking is used throughout the city and doesn't create hazards, so this is not an impact. The third impact is for pedestrian safety, that there is inadequate infrastructure. Oceana does enjoy an extensive network of sidewalks, and it's speculative to say that new residents will not drive safely, so this is not a significant impact. For the fourth impact, the project proposes a fully engineered building that would remove and replace heavier soil, resulting in a lighter hillside. There will be a maintenance agreement for the cistern and routine city inspection. So again, the building is replacing heavier soil, so you have a lighter hillside. And also the cistern that's being proposed next to the retaining wall will undergo routine maintenance and will be designed per city standards, so there's no impact there. The last impact they're citing is that the loss of sunlight and breezes, and the distance of this building to Oceana limits the potential to shade existing residents, and breezes are not an impact under California Environmental Quality Act. The second issue raised by the appellant is that mitigation measures that were proposed by Oceana were not made into conditions of approval. The requested mitigation measures are for the developer to contribute to buying land and creating an evacuation plan for Oceana, to make new buildings age restricted to reduce traffic, to install flashing beacons at Vista Bella and Vista Campana, to mandate provisions of final engineering plans now before final approval, and to establish a $200,000 trust fund to restore neighbors' home temperature. With regard to the mitigation measures, for the evacuation plan, the project is not in a high fire zone, and an evacuation plan is not required by the fire department or any other applicable regulation. With regard to the age restriction would likely constitute discrimination and violate federal and state law. With regard to the beacons, no warrants exist or a nexus exists that require beacons. A potential alternative of continental crosswalks has been discussed, but that hasn't been agreed upon by the appellant or by the developer. With regard to final engineered plans, before grading permits are issued, final fully engineered plans are normally required. To require pre-permit final plans imposes a cost on the developer, which is in conflict with state density bonus law. And with regard to the trust fund, there is no nexus for the trust fund, and the trust fund imposes a cost on the project, which again is in conflict with state density bonus law. The third issue raised by the appellant is that the project conflicts with the city charter. State density bonus law should not apply. Staff's response is that there is no conflict between the city charter and state density bonus law, nor has the appellant identified a conflict. To the contrary, the city has adopted an ordinance specifying how compliance with the state density bonus law would be implemented. And moreover, state density bonus law expressly states that it applies to charter cities. Appellant issue number 4 is the action did not consider Coastline Church's parking agreement, nor did the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. The city's response is that the church's rights are not at issue with the project, and approval of the project does not impair the church's ability to enforce its easement rights under the agreement. The fifth issue is that the soldier pile wall construction poses significant vibration risk to the church property. The city's response is that construction of a soldier pile wall does not necessarily require the use of pile driving. In discussing this question with the applicant, They have indicated that they do not intend to use vibration, pile driving, and will use a different method of construction for setting vertical beams. In summary, pursuant to the zoning ordinance section 4605C, the city council may only consider issues raised in the appeal filed with the city. Extensive analysis indicates that the appellant has not provided any basis to warrant overturning the Planning Commission project's approval. There are no health and safety impacts with regard to ingress, egress, emergency access, pedestrian safety, slope instability, building obstruction, and wall construction. Omission of the requested conditions of approval are not adequate to overturn the approval. The proposed project would not conflict with the city charter, and the proposed project would not deprive the church parking or violate the church's rights under our LUPA. With that, staff is recommending that the city council adopt the resolution upholding the Planning Commission resolution number 2024 P16, approving the development plan and density bonus for the site. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. All right, now is the time for the testimony of the appellant. You will have up to 20 minutes. You will be able to reserve time for rebuttal of that 20 minutes. Do you? All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Marciel. I live at 3808 Vista Campana South. I am chair of an HOA board-appointed ad hoc committee to inform and engage the Oceana residents, all of whom are voters. I represent all of my neighbors in Oceana, many of whom are here tonight wearing colorful yellow buttons. Wave hello, Oceana neighbors. Put your hands up high. Thank you. Thank you.
May the record reflect that almost the entire chambers raised their hands. Okay.
You're taking my time. Don't clap. You're taking my time.
Yeah.
I've only got 20 minutes. Okay. There are many more residents who wish they could have been here tonight, but most don't drive after dark, if they drive at all. We are a very engaged community and have already sent in over 200 letters in opposition to this apartment tower. In addition, we have had town hall meetings with Mayor Sanchez and Deputy Mayor Eric Joyce to discuss this project. I wish that everyone here could talk to you tonight about their love of community, the quiet, nurturing environment of a senior neighborhood, and the amazing views on almost every corner. But thanks to the state density bonus law, none of that matters. And all we can do to protest this development, this proposed apartment tower, is to prove that negative health and safety impacts will ensue after its construction. We're now going to hand you several reasons to deny this application. Oceanside Community Association, known colloquially as Oceana, is a vulnerable senior community built in the late 1960s. Oceana consists of 932 single-story homes on 144 acres. Ages of residents vary from 55 into their 90s. Most are able-bodied, but many residents are housebound and cannot leave their homes without assistance. This project, as presently proposed, does not belong here. Taking advantage of the Regional Housing Needs Assessment and the California Density Bonus Law, the requested 16 waivers are designed to allow the developer's desired density for the site to be achieved. It fails to make a dent in Oceanside's need for affordable housing. The lot includes a section that abuts El Camino Real that is unusable, but is still included in the developer's density calculation. It is quite simply a developer grab, fitting a size 10 foot into a size 4 shoe. It is also an infill development with no consideration of the surrounding development, such as the Lennar project currently under construction on nearby Stagecoach Lane. First, let me show you what the site looks like now, as if you were standing on the west side of El Camino Real across from the gas station. So you can see the two-story building at the top is the existing two-story office building right behind the gas station. Now let me show you a CAD rendering done by an architect who lives in our community of what the new development will look like. And that doesn't even show the retaining wall because we didn't have any information about the retaining wall. Because the developer never submitted an adequate photo simulation, we made this one ourselves. Again, the top view is the today, what it looks like today, and the bottom view is what it would look like with this new development. So here's issue number one, which is a safety issue regarding ingress and egress. This is a map of our community, 2 single-lane roadways, Vista Ray, thank you, Jaylee, Vista Ray and Vista Oceana, both exiting onto El Camino Real, are the only egress and ingress points for an area that now encompasses over 1,265 homes, if you include the Oceana condos, Vista de Oceana, Ocean Point, and now 503 Vista Bella. Visitors to the Baptist Church and the golf course will only further compromise traffic flow. Safety issue number 2 is vehicular access. With an aging population struggling with chronic health issues, Oceana finds itself requiring the frequent services of local fire and paramedic professionals. Traffic backed up at Vista Oceana and Vista Ray will negatively impact the ability of emergency vehicles to access the community. In addition, since the apartment tower residents won't have enough on-site places to park, many of them will be parking on the adjacent streets, further impacting emergency vehicle access. Number 3, pedestrian safety. Many of Oceana's residents are daily walkers, myself included, and several are vision or hearing impaired. Because the developers of the apartment tower are marketing to young professionals, the new residents will likely be people who live at a much faster pace than we do. Oceana's current inadequate infrastructure, including a lack of bike lanes and sidewalks that are within 2 feet of a roadway, are an accident waiting to happen. Number 4 issue is the slope instability. The site of the proposed tower is on a slope which has proven to be unstable. Landslides have occurred for decades. This is a 1997 slope repair plan for the Coastline Church property. You can see the kind of fuzzy gray area is where the soil, where the slope failed and the soil fell down onto the sidewalk and onto the street. This is a blow-up of the note that was on the previous page, so you can read it. The handwritten note by the city engineer, who at the time was our own Peter Weiss, now a city council member. So this was by the city engineer in 1997, and it reads in part, "This plan was prepared as a result of a slope failure and a nuisance declaration by the city." So the city declared a nuisance declaration here in 1997. Climate change has increased total rainfall, which in turn is causing flooding and slope failures in our area. The existing 2-story office building on the proposed tower site is shifting and has structural cracks and broken windows as a result. The site is clearly unstable. The following photos show actual landslides from earlier this year from the site of the proposed apartment tower onto the Oceana gas property below. Another larger slope failure at this particular location could result in an environmental disaster due to the hazardous materials at the existing gas station being in the direct landslide path. So here again, you can see where the slope failed and fell onto this is the back of the Oceana gas station. This photo reveals a current slope failure that continues to erode the contiguous hillside along El Camino Real. Another photo of the same slope failure being held together, I guess, by tarps and I don't know what. Our last issue is number 5, and it's a health issue. The proposed tower will block the cooling ocean breezes, obstruct the warming sun, and adversely affect the ventilation within nearby homes. The little tiny person on the right, in front of that rectangle on the right, and this is a drawing submitted by the architect. So it shows a little person standing in front of their home and looking to the left. Now they're looking into looks like maybe the 3rd or 4th story of the new building, where they used to be able to see all the way to the left, down into the beautiful Oceanside Valley, the airport, and this also shows so that rectangle in the middle shows how the ocean breezes will be blocked. Manny said, I know somehow the breezes will go up and over the building or go around the building, or maybe it will. This is a photo from approximately the same vantage point as that little person on the previous slide and what it looks like today. And then this is what it would look like with the new tower. If you don't find that these 5 health and safety impacts are enough to warrant the denial of this project, then please consider requiring the following mitigation measures. To offset the negative safety impact of ingress and egress for Oceana residents, the City of Oceanside must create an evacuation plan for Oceana in light of the added traffic and homes that have been approved between us and our only two means of egress. To offset the negative safety impact of increased traffic, we would request that the city impose an age restriction on the development. If the tower is occupied by senior citizens, the problems associated with more fast-paced residents would be eliminated. Also, senior communities generally have fewer cars. If the development cannot be age restricted, or even if it can, then we would request that the city install a three-way flashing pedestrian beacon with call buttons at the intersection of Vista Campana and Vista Bella in front of the new apartment tower. This can easily be a condition of approval, just like you conditioned the Lennar project on Stagecoach with installing a traffic signal at El Camino Real and Vista Rey. We will do an aggressive education campaign to teach our residents to wait before crossing, even once they have pressed the call button. To offset the negative safety impact of the slope instability, the city should require the developer to produce engineered drawings demonstrating how the 1.73-acre parcel will be shored up to support a 6-story building plus 1 story underground, as well as structural details for the massive retaining walls prior to approval by this board. To offset the negative health impact of reduced airflow and ventilation, we will request that the developer establish a trust fund in the amount of $200,000. If we can demonstrate that the interior temperatures of the adjacent homes increased or decreased once the apartment tower was erected, we will use the trust fund to restore the interior temperature of the homes to what they were prior to the tower construction. If it turns out that the tower has no impact on the temperature of the homes, the entire amount would be returned to the developer. As Manny said, and we heard this term in October, the Planning Commission motion for approval original motion for approval included 4 of the 5 solutions I just presented. Staff advised that there was no nexus for these. I looked that up when I got home because I didn't know really what nexus meant, and it means a connection or a causality between two things. Maybe there's no nexus today for a pedestrian beacon, but there will be the first time an Oceana pedestrian is struck by an apartment resident speeding through the neighborhood because they're late for work, but had to park halfway up the hill in Vista Campana because there's not enough on-site parking. Maybe there's no nexus today for an evacuation route, but there will be when a mandatory evacuation results in deaths because our housebound neighbors can't get help in time. The evacuation plan is harder than a flashing pedestrian beacon to make the developer do themselves, but you can condition that they contribute towards the cost of acquiring and paving an emergency access road through the east end of the Oceana community because their tower stands between us and a safe exit. City officials and electeds, please don't abandon us. You have a developer who is saving $1.3 million on the concessions they are asking you to approve. Make them provide a few things we are asking for, even if we can't, at this time, prove a nexus. You should also know that because the Planning Commission asked them to, the developers, Mr. Barzal and Mr. Scotti, did reach out to me by telephone in December. They said they had a proposal from an evacuation plan consultant to prepare a report for our community and also had a proposal to install some kind of traffic calming devices. Without knowing anything more, it sounded like those were 2 of the things we were asking for. When I asked them to go ahead and hire the evacuation plan consultant to see what their report might say, they told me they would only spend money on the consultant or on the traffic calming devices if we would withdraw our appeal. We declined their offer. Considering, again, the $1.3 million they are saving from their 2 concessions alone, not to mention how many millions they will earn by virtue of the high number of units they are requesting, this shows the developer's true colors. They are an out-of-town developer looking to disrupt a small Oceanside community of senior citizens. This is an article from the Coast News from 12/27. Your own Director of Parks and Recreations, Manuel Gonzalez, said, I quote, "Oceanside's senior population is growing exponentially, and it will be increasingly important in how we think about infrastructure and services." I will say approving this apartment tower flies in the face of that statement from your own Director of Parks and Rec, that you care about the senior community. Here's another recent newspaper article from the San Diego Union Tribune. It's regarding the new 23-story building in Pacific Beach. The headline is, "We have options. San Diego may be able to deny Turquoise Tower," that's the name of the tower, "in Pacific Beach." And then under that, it says, State Housing Agency confirms the project's eligibility for controversial density bonuses, but stops short of requiring the city to approve the project. And I'll read just a couple of sentences from the article. Last week, the City of San Diego received a technical assistance letter from California's Department of Housing and Community Development that gives the municipality a little wiggle room during the approval process. In other words, the city must be able to prove that some or all of the developers' requested bonuses, waivers, and incentives, collectively allowing the Turquoise Tower to stretch well beyond the neighborhood's 30-foot height limit, are not necessary to create the project's 10 affordable housing units. In the article, it says the city will now ask Colonimus, that's the name of the developer, to demonstrate that the intention of each individual bonus or incentive is not just to reduce the cost of the project, but is specifically geared for affordable housing. The letter states the city might conclude that the project does not need the requested incentives to cover the cost of providing for affordable housing. The City of Oceana can do the same thing. Ask the developers to show you their finances, proving that the 16 waivers and 2 concessions are the only way they can build this development with its 8 low-income units. The California Department of Housing encourages you to do this. This is a recent photo of abandoned cars trying to flee the fires in Los Angeles. Even the most able-bodied of our residents will be challenged to abandon their cars and run for their lives in case of gridlock, trying to exit onto El Camino Real. And it won't be possible, if you think you can just make both exits out only, it won't be possible to make both roads onto El Camino Real exit only. In case of an emergency evacuation, one of them would have to continue to allow incoming traffic, to allow for family members, wheelchair vans, and even ambulances to rescue homebound residents. One final note. If the city will not impose any of the mitigation measures we have requested, then we would request that the city at least restrict the development to what is allowed under the existing zoning. What is allowed by right is 51 residential units and a height of 50 feet. We want reasonable development in our neighborhood. We are not anti-development. We are a diverse community of reasonable seniors, including renters, low-income households, and homeowners on fixed incomes. Let me close by saying that the City of Oceanside ultimately has the responsibility to maintain our infrastructure and ensure the safety and health of its residents, regardless of what kinds of irresponsible, misplaced, and greedy developments are allowed by state law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have 4 minutes, 20 seconds for rebuttal. Next is the applicant. The applicant has up to 20 minutes to do a presentation with no right of rebuttal.
Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Gary Miller with Miller Architectural Corporation in Redlands, California. We appreciate the opportunity to present this information to you. First of all, the participants from our team are listed there, and they are here amongst us with the exception of the environmental consultant, and the traffic engineer is joining us by way of watching the conference. So we'd like to point out that California has admitted to have a housing crisis, and those are all of the reasons that contribute to that. And we feel that this project helps resolve, in a small part, our ability to do so. The Oceana Land Use Plan allows this to go forward. The project is permitted by the general plan and the zoning code. It's consistent with the city's housing element. The city has a need for 5,443 new units within the next 8 years, and again, this helps meet that requirement. We would like to say that staff has done a thorough review of this. We are going on almost 2 years of review time and time that we've had among the staff, and we are at this point to where staff is recommending approval. We agree with staff's findings, and we accept the conditions that are before you. We have also discussed with the community to provide those traffic improvement features that were listed. We're still prepared to do that if it's the will of the City Council. The appeal items have been addressed to the satisfaction of the city staff, and Vista Bella is working hard to make a positive contribution to this site. With respect to the existing site, the existing building, built in the late 70s, is showing its age. It was developed at a time when it was common to have parking out in front, which is not the pattern now. The city is encouraging development to be up to the street. It's not a particularly pedestrian-friendly building due to its distance from the street. It's somewhat awkwardly sited on the site, and it has been noted, there was some sliding on the back of the property, which this development will fix. Our proposal, in our opinion, improves the property and adds needed housing. And while we mentioned the existing building is old, it's past its useful life, and the fact that it's vacant, that's never good to have a vacant building in our city. I'd like to point out, I think there is strong evidence that density alone does not determine the quality of life in a community, but rather the quality of the project determines the quality of life. And this example is a very fine development in your own community, 6 stories high, that I think is lovely. And so my point is the quality of development is the determining factor. There are lots of developments in Orange County that reflect this. So this project proposes some distinctive features and a high quality and standard of design, which we think will be a contributing factor to the community. These are just some of the features that are included, as well as a rooftop deck area, swimming pool, and nice amenities to make this a desirable place to live. Inside, the quality is also upscale and desirable for the community. As pointed out in staff, the affordable units are no different than the market rate units. The site revitalizes an underutilized piece of property that is in decline. We'd note that the project is 26 feet below the Oceana development and makes a effective height of 42 feet. The section that was illustrated in the presentation by the Oceana community, that dimension on there shows a 35-foot height eye level to that. So most city ordinances, the maximum allowable height of a single-family home is somewhere between 35 and 38 feet in many communities. So a 2-story house with a roof pitch is not much different than the height difference, the relative height difference between the two properties. I would like to take this moment. There was a photo illustration of what it might look like from the corner of El Camino Real and Vista Rey. There were a few things that I think are inconsistent with the actual development. I only got a moment to glance at it, but the retaining wall was shown on that. The retaining wall that we are proposing is a planted retaining wall, so that's quite a significant difference there. And the elevation of the property on the backside is a full story lower because the parking swings around from the south side to get into the subterranean parking. So all in all, those are two quite significant differences from what was illustrated. Just want to point out that the 47% of the property is remains undeveloped. And with respect to traffic, I think that's been adequately addressed by staff. We won't go further into that. This is taken from the corner of Vista Ray and Vista Bella. And again, you can see the height difference between the two properties. And we think that's significant when taking into account the concern over blocking breezes and such. This was just the process that we have gone through so far. Our point here is to point out that it has been highly scrutinized by your staff. In addition, studies have been prepared in compliance with environmental standards set by the city as well as the state. And with respect to the appeal, those have been addressed adequately by staff. We won't belabor that any further. And we will just go on and leave that as our address. With respect to Coastline Church, we agree with staff that that is a civil issue between the church and this property owner. One comment more on the slope stability. We have a preliminary soil investigation. Well, even before that, I want to say that we didn't have the same soil investigation and soil review standards in 1978 when this building was built that we do today. This has a preliminary soil investigation done by a geotechnical engineer. That has been reviewed by staff. When we prepare our engineering drawings, that will be prepared by a qualified civil engineer for the grading and such, and for the retaining walls. And the retaining walls will be designed by a structural engineer. That all will be reviewed not only by city staff, but that same geotechnical engineer once more. And then finally, during construction, that geotechnical engineer is required to be on site during all earthwork activities. So I'm very confident that slope stability will be achieved. Finally, we have proposed a project that is sensitive to the environment in which we are building. It brings additional services to the community. It has the potential to reduce traffic by having some services right here locally. It has potential to reduce traffic trips by allowing people to live in a more dense environment where they can walk more to their needed services. And we believe this is the highest and best use of the property. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or when council sees fit.
A presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, this is a public hearing. This is the time for comments to be received by the council. And we have 20.
Speakers on this side.
18, okay. So let's go ahead and get started. If you did not sign up, you will have that opportunity to, if you wish to speak to the council on this item after we've gone through the list of 18. So we do have two podiums. I would ask you to, if you know that you're after the person who is speaking, to also approach the second podium so we can move it along, because we really want to hear from everybody. So the first person is Jalea Finlay? Jaylee Finlay. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Joyce. Good to see you all. Thank you for listening to us. I'm Jaylee Finlay. I live in Unit 4 in Oceana. I won't belabor the many issues that I have with the proposed project, since you've just been informed of our primary concerns. Suffice to say, the 6-story tower defies simple common sense and some basic human decency. I mean, a monstrous building perched atop a failing slope above a combustible gas station. legal, perhaps, but is it right? Does it make sense here? Inadequate egress via 2 narrow roadways may track as being sufficient by the city's perplexing standards and calculations. But does this make sense? Is it right? A non-existent evacuation plan for several thousand people, the majority of whom are seniors, might seem expedient, but does it make sense? Is it right? Particularly in light of the recent evacuation fiasco in Pacific Palisades. A quick story, if I might, about that fire. As fire raged in Pacific Palisades around the perimeter of a beloved sanctuary called Lake Shrine, a devotee and his adult children who'd been tracking the devastation decided upon a pretty valiant act of courage. Since Billy owned a fire readiness company, his credentials allowed him to skirt the mandatory evacuation order of the area, and he was able to position himself and his children within the 10-acre property of the lake. Finding a gas-powered water pump upon a movable barge in the middle of the lake was key to the family's firefighting efforts at saving what they considered to be their home. Moving quickly and coordinating their movements through radios, they rushed to extinguish the spot fires crackling at the base of trees inside a patch of bamboo trees.
Could you complete your comments?
For 3 days and 3 nights, the family worked to save the grounds where the 2 children had been baptized and Billy had become a yogi. Today, we fight for a community we love against the flames of avarice and embers of irresponsibility that are licking at the heart of Oceana. I call this the Tin Man Project because it has no heart. Please be courageous like Billy. Help us to preserve our sanctuary and do what makes sense. Vote with your heart for what is right.
Thank you very much.
For our precious Oceana.
Thank you.
Community is sacred. After all, there's no place like home.
Thank you. Joe Leachman, followed by Dory Gerber. Okay. Dory Gerber.
I'm Dory Gerber.
Followed by Eileen Costa.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dory, and I live in Oceana. It's been my home for a decade, and to me, it's a piece of paradise. My residential driveway is the closest one to this proposed multi-use building. From what I understand, the project has plenty of room for apartments and commercial use of various types of businesses, but the City of Oceanside and the City Council wants our community to be surrounded by this project, and we're going to lose our current lifestyle of easy access to our homes and parking for our occasional guests, and to endure endless hours of traffic congestion and cramped parking that is a crisis before it ever breaks ground. I work nights and weekends for hospice. If someone blocks my driveway by just 9 or 12 inches, I can no longer take my car out to do a visit. And it's happened just with residential guests. To me, the solution should be requiring this structure to have adequate parking for the residents on site, not to plan on using our streets to do it, including mine, which is the closest, which really scares me. Coastline Baptist Church had to have adequate parking for its expansion. We have new resorts downtown that needed to have adequate parking, and they had it. What's the reason that the city is being so benevolent to the developer to allow street parking for hundreds of vehicles? I ask the community to follow the money and the concessions that the developer is getting. That's the bottom line in any transaction, and it's no different now. A few months ago, we had a major election here, and I remember the candidates running on both sides of the aisle said that they were running to support us and to help us with our city's needs. And I'm sorry. So you were running to have good representation for the people of Oceanside. Little people with small voices and small wallets who are casting their ballot for someone to care about them in the political arena. Is this what's being done in this situation? Are you giving us the best the city of Oceanside has to offer? It doesn't look that way from my driveway or garage. I humbly ask the city council and mayor to reconsider the disastrous decision of disregarding parking for this structure. May this make this property self-sufficient. You did that with other properties in Oceanside. Please don't penalize seniors who have lived here for a long time because you think they're weak and they can be disrespected. We aren't, we won't be, and trust me on that.
Thank you very much. Could you set it for 3 minutes, by the way? Thank you. Eileen Costa, followed by Sydney Wasson.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and City Council members. My name is Eileen Costa, and I live at 3621 Vista Campana South. What you see here is a picture taken Sunday. Now, when the planning department approved the expansion of the church and they had the reciprocal parking, there was supposed to be enough parking spaces, but there aren't. This shows from the top of Vista Campana down to El Camino Real what happens frequently. Picture number 2. Picture number 2 shows the parking lot in the church where all the parking spaces are taken up. It's filled to capacity. If there was a need for emergency exit or a need for emergency vehicles to gain entrance, if you had the people and the cars from the 77 units already built and in the area, they would be taking up even more space. How would the emergency vehicles get in? How would the residents from Oceana get out when the people who are in the church and in the apartment buildings have first access to the only 2 roads that will go out to Camino Real? They won't be able to do it in a timely fashion. Think of what happened on the cars that were left behind in the Paradise Fire. Number 3. This is a flyer that, the drought. This is the drought mandate issued by the City of Oceanside that limits the watering to 2 days a week. Many of our trees and plants died because the people were conscientious and did not use the water. So what is going to happen? What will we expect when there's 77 units? How many people are going to be in those units? 1, 2? Will it be a family? Will there be 3? And the various stores on the bottom, how many people will be coming to the stores? Where will their cars be parked? How will this affect the water supply to Oceana? And what about the infrastructure? Our pipes are very old and they're fragile. A lot of them are breaking. We're having to spend a lot of money to repair them. The pipes and the infrastructure to the new apartment house, to the 77 units, are going to be larger pipes, newer pipes. The water pressure to them is going to be greater. So when this water pressure is greater coming up the hill to Oceana, what is it going to do to our pipes? It's not going to be pretty.
Thank you very much. Sydney Wasson, followed by Patricia McCardle.
Good evening. I'm Sydney Wasson. My husband and I are homeowners in the Oceana community. We're both very concerned about multiple issues connected to this proposed development, from the parking, traffic, and pedestrian safety to the evacuation efforts. You're hearing these concerns from other speakers. I'm here to ask the council to consider what's happening in San Diego, as that city is confronted by a similarly unsuitable development proposed in Pacific Beach. The California Department of Housing and Community Development has advised San Diego that the city could reject the Pacific Beach project. There's information in that Ellen gave you earlier from the San Diego Union Tribune. There's also an article on Axios.com which states that city officials can deny the project if they can prove that the exemptions the developer requested aren't necessary for providing the income-restricted housing. These waivers that the state put in place are well-intended policies meant to boost low-income housing, but both Pacific Beach and the Vista Bella plans are examples of developers exploiting these policies under the cover of a minimal number of below-market housing units. I implore the council to consider HCD's input and put a hold on this project until and unless the developer proves that each and every one of these 16 waivers issued on the Villa Bella project is a financially critical component linked to their laughably small number of affordable housing units. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia McCardle, followed by Pete Kornig.
Thank you. My name is Pat McCardle. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Navy and the daughter of a Marine, which is how we ended up moving here in 1960, when I started high school down at the Mission. And it was at that time that that empty hill where we all now live, the sign went up, coming soon, senior community, and all of us little high school girls said, ooh, old people. But here we are, and we love it. One of our requests to the city regarding this, this construction was that the developer would help with the funding of possible other ways for us to get out in case of an emergency. And it's not just the 932 of us, our homes in Oceana. There are total of 400 other condos who also need that exit out of the 2 exits that we have right now, including the 142 new homes being built down at Stagecoach Road. So if there were a fire and we had to evacuate in a hurry, right now we're in big trouble. Those of us living in Oceana back in December 2017 will remember the blackened skies over San Luis Rey Valley from a little teeny fire in the morning until a gigantic fire, the lilac fire, that lasted for almost a week and was blowing over our community by that evening. We were not in the evacuation zone, but it was getting closer and closer. And those of us who had trouble breathing left and went somewhere else. There were 10,000 residents were forced to evacuate, and about 100,000 were advised to evacuate. As we saw last week in Los Angeles, these 80 and 90 mile-an-hour winds were blowing embers for miles and hitting communities that had never had an issue with wildfires. This was a new thing. And of course, the planes couldn't dump, the firemen couldn't go in because it was hurricane-style wind. So my fear is that someday a Santa Ana wind is going to be showering smoking embers onto our community from a fire that's several miles away. And all of us, maybe about 1,000 or 3,000 of us from all the houses up there, are going to be trying to get out. And we're not going to make it with the current exits that we have. We need more exits. If this building's going to be built, we need help from them to build more exits so that we can all get safely out. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Kornig, followed by Elaine Botello.
Okay, let me start out by pointing out my background in local government in Pennsylvania. 4 years as a township supervisor and 11 years as a planning commission. I have seen, reviewed, and voted on many developments. What we are talking about here is a monstrous tower on 1.73 acre postage stamp lot, part of which is a slope that can't be used. This proposed development is excessive, as everyone has pointed out, and totally out of character with the location. It does not belong here. Under existing zoning, the developers are allowed 51 units and a 50-foot height. They have told us that they cannot build the project that they want, given these constraints. They certainly can. In my experience, developers always come to local governments requesting 20% more than what they are allowed by right. In this case, 503 Vista Bella investors exploit the California the state density bonus law to seek 2 incentives and 16 waivers to, quotes, accommodate the development at the density proposed. The density bonus law has eliminated guardrails to protect local government and neighborhoods such as ours from being exploited. And that word was used earlier, and I believe that that is the correct word to describe what's going on here: exploitation. What are the numbers that support the developer's claim for this high level of need? They are hidden by the developer. The city never asked as part of the application process. We, the neighbors, didn't push enough after we were told several times that they could not economically build a less dense project. I would like to acknowledge and thank Manny Baeza, the principal city planner on this project, and the council members who have met with us and provided guidance. We are all involved in the struggle against the allowances allowed by the density bonus law. In closing, how much profit should developers be allowed to realize on a project that offers no benefit to the people living around it, but also presents definite collateral challenges such as on-street parking, safety, overstretched infrastructure, and evacuation onto El Camino Real? Thank you.
Thank you. Helene Botello, followed by Mr. Jimmy Knott.
Oh, hi. I have several speeches prepared here, but I'm going to forget about them. But basically, I want to explain that I looked at the plat just a couple days ago and realized that in the last 5 years you've been dealing with this project. Originally, the owners of the property wanted to put, I believe, 11 apartments on there, and it was on a 1.06 acre lot. And now, all of a sudden, it's 1.794 acre lot. How did you get that? It didn't grow. They're adding a slope that since God invented the land has never been developed. You cannot develop on that slope. So how do you expect to use it in your mitigations? I don't understand. I don't understand. That slope is totally unusable. When you get your civil engineers, we haven't seen your reports yet, but I can tell you that I'll find another one that'll show that that cannot be built. This is what everyone is trying to tell you. I've worked on projects across the United States, 25 years as a certified appraiser, a broker, and I've never seen anything as deplorable as this, taking advantage. How do you call this low income? 8 units? And I talked to the developer before and I said, hey, I'm a broker. I'll find you 10 more spots you can put that property on that'll look beautiful in the city of Oceanside. So this is just terrible that it's tying us all up. And if you even consider that it is a 1.06 acre lot. If you consider that 1.06 acre, then you have 42 development units, not 77, and I did the calculations. And someone from their legal needs to look at that and see how this land grew over the course of time. So we want to see a geological study, which will tell us about the soil. Everyone is saying the soil. The soil is not going to hold an 8-story building. We know that by common sense. But we can prove it. I don't know what kind of engineers you have. I reviewed appraisals for years, and everyone can. There's one side, and then there's another side. But let's please look at this project. It does not need to be where it's at. please find another place for it. And that's all I could say. I have...
Thank you. Mr.
I did a lot of research. I have stuff, handouts and everything. I'd be glad to meet with the city, with the developers, Oceana. Let's find a sensible solution to this.
Thank you very much. Mr. Knott, followed by Brian Young.
Pardon me?
I was just naming the next speaker, who is going to be followed by Brian Young.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. It's a lot of friends up in Oceana. Staff has testified that there is an acceptable LOS, level of service, for traffic up in that area. What? For whom? And if you take this, there are such as things as dreams and then reality. People that would live into this complex, they're anticipating less than 87 cars. When reality on the state average is about 2 vehicles per homeowner or per apartment, that would be over 146 for reality purposes, well beyond what is being planned. We have to start looking at reality instead of playing mind game. The second thing is that we have to look at also what is going on with state and its requirements, like in CEQA and everything, that the science does not always include all facts, especially when it comes to health issues. It's in terms of what is anticipated. It's open, interpretation. So when staff turns around and says, well, it fits within CEQA and this, that, and the other, well, not really. You read the language. Then again, staff said about the charter and the state density bonus law that the city does not have the right to challenge it. Being a charter city, as I have testified and urged council here over and over and over again, there's such a thing as separation of powers in our Constitution. What has happened to the guts in this council to stand up to the state of California and say very simply, no, there is a separation of powers. This city has power. We're taking it to court like with Huntington Beach and the other cities throughout the state of California. We need to stand up for our rights as a city. Not immediately run away. So those are a few things I could go on.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. Brian Young, followed by Sue Mansis.
Yes, good evening. My name is Brian Young, clearly. Thank you for your time. I want to applaud the efforts put forth by everybody here, especially Ellen. I mean, to be fair, I really don't want to go up after Ellen. Takes all the air out of the room. And she covered everything so eloquently. But here's the thing, right? There's a little bit of a divergence off that. Regardless of what happens with the appeal, all the way through this process, all of the concerns that the residents have put forth have been summarily dismissed by staff. Fair enough, right? Doesn't stop the project. But this council has an obligation to its residents to take those concerns, and even if you don't rule in favor of the appeal, to make those something that need to be dealt with. There are no bike lanes. It's going to suck water out of our neighborhood. It is there's no egress out of there. None of these concerns are fake, but they're all going to be forgotten the moment we move on to the next thing. And this council, its obligation is to make sure that those don't get lost, regardless of how you vote on the appeal. At the end of the day, though, I honestly feel like we have drifted right down the rabbit hole. We spent an hour listening to an appeal between multi-million-dollar homeowners over a 7% lot variance on a deck that was already built. And you've got a chamber full of people in here who are having a civil war over a $60 assessment increase and have GoFundMe pages and good neighbor funds to help with their bills. I don't care what the rich people do. I don't care what the multi-million-dollar homeowners do. But what I do care about is when you have a neighborhood that is vulnerable, it is economically strapped, it is not the affluent of this community. And you've got the $5,000 suit wearing folks rolling in to do their big development. Let them make their money in the areas where money is meant to be made, like the coast. But at the end of the day, let's think about this. I'm going to toss this out. I honestly feel like we've rolled down the rabbit hole. There are 1,300 open apartments on apartment.com for Oceanside. Doesn't sound like we're short on apartments. There's 58 that are under 2K. But here, we're going to get 8 more. All right, we're going to get 8 more to add to that, but we're going to get a whole bunch more to add to those 1,300. And we're going to get a monstrosity that waives 16 restrictions and 2 concessions versus an hour on a 7% lot variance. The same staff. One staff says, hell no, no 7%, but yes, let's do this big thing. That is the rabbit hole. If we don't understand that, there's a real problem. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Sue Manses, followed by Pamela Perusfar?
Yes.
Perusfar.
Okay,
No, sorry, Pamela Perusfar. Apologies.
Okay, so I'd like to thank Planning Commissioner Louise Balma for standing up for common sense by voting against this proposal. I submit that the emergency housing laws the other commissioners are hiding behind to approve this project are overgeneralized and irresponsible. While these laws are designed for needed housing, they are not designed for every space nor every project. And developments like this one are often rubber stamped out of fear of the state threatening fines if they don't get approved. This project is one of those. It is not wise, not safe, not reasonable to construct a 77-unit building. I have some numbers for you because I actually counted. We have 1,334 residences in all of this whole area. Multiply that by 2 minimum. I'm being very conservative. That is more than 2,668 people all trying to get out in an emergency versus our 2 egresses, which are no less than 1 mile apart, and they are 520 feet apart by wide. 1/10 of a mile and 520 feet. They all go on to El Camino Real. There is no other way that we can get out. There's a steep hill to the west. We will be literally a jammed parking lot if we in an emergency. Times that those 1,334 homes times 1.2 cars. That's over 2,000 cars already trying to flee. Add 77 units in with 2 or 3 residents each. That's 300 more people with 1.2 cars. That brings it up to 2,300 to 2,500 cars, all trying to escape onto one way out, which has an egress of 520 feet apart. This is the wrong project for the wrong area. I ask that you reconsider your emergency housing laws in favor of emergency accountability and responsibility instead. No one ever thinks these emergencies are going to happen, but they do. With the severe winds and ongoing drought here in North County, this scenario, like up in LA, is entirely possible. Of the 2,668 residents living here, as Ellen mentioned, about 1,500 or more are seniors. And in the fires in Maui, the Camp Fire and the Palisades, people were overcome by smoke, trying to flee because they were simply trapped. So when emergencies happen, it is too late to rethink the wisdom of approving the wrong project for the wrong area. Please do not approve this project. Stand up like Commissioner Balma did and give room for reasonable doubt and responsible decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Perusfar, followed by David Will.
Hello, City Council members and Ms. Mayor. My name is Pamela Perusfar, and I'm a third-year political science student at University of California, San Diego, and also the daughter of Sean Mo Perusfar, owner of the gas station that this building will eventually slide into. Around 4 to 5 years ago, this project started for a 19-unit housing on a land size of less than 1.06 acres of actual building, not including the slope and also the grassy area, trees on the side. After a while, this new project is now asking for a 77-unit housing. This 1.06 acre didn't grow after the course of 4 to 5 years. Thus, it doesn't make any sense to change it from 19 to 77. Have we been presented any geotechnical surveys done to show that the potential landslide risks? Over the past many years, this slope has deposited mud and rocks landslided into my property, the gas station, due to the lack of stability of the slope. Please stop the 77-unit development, and if you do approve it, and if there is a landslide, I can assure you that the City of Oceanside will face legal action. I do not want to prohibit the development and growth of Oceanside, but this is a hazard. The information presented by them has been misrepresented. Thank you.
Thank you. David Will, followed by Nicole Perosafar.
That's me. I did it on accident. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You're Pamela? You're not Pamela. Pamela Nicole. Got it. Okay. Got it.
Everything I was going to say has already been said many times. One thing that struck me, they said that we're not in a disaster area. I don't believe the fire that happened down in the Fashion Valley was in a disaster area.
Right.
So that can happen any place, just because it says we're not. And anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Tracy Creason, followed by John Tellez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I won't reiterate what everybody else has talked about, ingress, egress, concerns about the breezes and anyway, I would urge the city to require some kind of a financial accounting, a forensic accountant or something like that to review the concessions that have been requested and are being given to this project. I can't imagine that 2 concessions totaling 1.3 million are going to make this project upside down somehow by lessening the level of density. I would urge you to hold the developers accountable for what they're requesting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jonathan Tellis, and I'm here on behalf of Coastline Baptist Church to express our concerns regarding the proposed development at 503 Vista Bella. While we understand and support responsible development, this project raises significant issues related to the reciprocal parking agreement recorded in 2005, which created binding easement rights that hold value for our church. These spaces were not granted casually. Coastline originally owned the property at 503 Vista Bella before moving to our current location next door at 557. As a part of the sale of 503 Vista Bella, we negotiated the reciprocal parking agreement to ensure that our church would benefit from additional parking for generations to come. This agreement created legally binding easement rights, allowing our church to use the parking spaces at 503 Vista Bella on Sundays, and especially in particular, big days, Christmas, Easter, to serve our community and those who would like to worship with us. This agreement also prohibits any structures or modifications within the easement area as identified in Exhibit D of the agreement without mutual consent from both parties and the City of Oceanside. The current redevelopment proposal threatens to violate these easement rights by placing structures within the shared easement area. Such actions would not only undermine the original agreement, but also directly impact our ability to serve our community. Having said that, we do remain willing to work towards a compromise that benefits all parties involved. However, any development must address these concerns and the rights that it created with the agreement and the parking spaces that were thoughtfully negotiated as part of the property sale. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of this matter.
Thank you. Megan On, followed by Tom Morrissey.
Dear members of the Oceanside City Council, thank you for allowing the community of Oceana to voice their concerns about the Vista Bella development. As elected officials, the community that voted for you needs you more than ever to advocate and protect us. We have mobilized and educated ourselves about this project and cannot stress enough how much we need your support to keep us and our surrounding neighbors safe. Please take into account how many people are not in support of this development and feel strongly that it is not in the best interest of Oceanside for the council to approve it. Like other San Diego communities, we have learned about state density bonus laws and waivers. I think we can all agree that our state density bonus laws have serious flaws. This project undermines safety with only the modest amounts of affordable housing. I understand the city council does not have much wiggle room. I also know well-intended policies meant to boost low-income housing are being exploited. Do the bonus laws and waivers for this project support the economic feasibility of low-income housing as the law intends? Can the developers demonstrate that the intention of each individual bonus, waiver, or incentive is not just to reduce the cost of the project, but is specifically geared for affordable housing? In addition, this project brings to light how much the city needs to update infrastructure surrounding this project to support any additional increase in density. As we recently witnessed in Pacific Palisades Fire, residents in a frantic haste to get safety created a traffic jam, preventing emergency vehicles from getting through. Pacific Palisade residents only have one road in and out, just like our community. We witnessed how their one road became blocked in both directions. Oceana, as you now know, if you didn't before, has over 900 residents in our community that include many who don't drive and who honestly just don't move as fast as they did before. Let's not forget that making the community more safe can become a reason for insurance companies to increase or drop our community's home insurance policies. Please advocate for our safety and do not approve this project. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Tom Morrissey, and I serve as a planning commissioner. I was unable to attend the October 28th meeting due to being out of town, but I want to express my opinion on the redevelopment of 503 Vista Bella. And if I had been present, I would have voted no on the project in its current form for the following reason. My primary concern lies with the reciprocal parking agreement established in 2005. Which created binding easement rights that are vital for the functionality of both 503 and 557 Vista Bella. This agreement explicitly prohibits any construction or modifications that would obstruct or reduce parking spaces within the easement area. Importantly, the agreement also requires mutual consent from both parties and city approval before any changes can be made to these terms. The current project proposal appears to violate the agreement by placing structures within the easement area without securing the necessary mutual city approvals. These actions undermine the legal framework of the agreement and set a troubling precedent for how binding agreements are respected in the context of redevelopment. While I support responsible development that serves the community, it must be done in a manner that upholds existing agreements and respects the rights of all stakeholders. I encourage the city to deny this project so that the parties can return to the table and work collaboratively on a compromise that aligns with the agreement and benefits the broader community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. So this is the time for the rebuttal. Oh, I'm going to, first of all, close this portion of the public hearing. Oh, sorry. Does anybody else wish to speak before I do that? Who did not sign up? Oh, okay. Yes. All right.
All right.
Approach the podium. Yeah, my apologies. Did not mean to close it. I had to ask the question. For those who were not able to sign up, this is a public hearing. You do not have to have signed up.
Okay.
You have up to 3 minutes to speak. Okay. State your name and then go on.
Hello, my name is Erin Gilligan Warren. I live at 1241 Chambord Court, Oceanside, California. Also, I have a ranch out in Morrill Hills. Okay, what happened in Palisades and what happened in, it was a devastation. And this community has every right to be concerned about their safety. Even South Morrill Hills is going to have their safety on the edge as well, because guess what? We had another lilac fire. Luckily, it's under control and CAL FIRE is taking advantage of it. We have really got to be careful with these developments, and we've got to have emergency evacuations and traffic control. Because I've been living out in South Morrill Hills since I was a baby. I remember when Bonds was on fire first. Everybody had scarves on. They were throwing water on their houses. They're trying to get the little fires out around everything. And my dad was saying, you know, it's really important that we have fire safety and we have places like this that we live in, so we're a buffer from the city. We're farmers, but we're responsible and we know our evacuation in and out. Now that North River Farms is in, they want to put roundabouts on North River Road. Well, here's the problem. You got Sleeping Indian, that's the county fire evac road. You go out and you have a fire coming towards from Lilac again or Bonsall. How are we going to get out? Well, we have to go out. We're going to have all this traffic coming out, going left on North River, and you're going to have to do these roundabouts. That is just going to make worse complications, more traffic jams. The developer wants to do this. I think we should tell the developer, no way. Unless you're going to put it on your property for your residents, that's all good. But do not put it on North River Road. Also, we have to be responsible. We have people's lives. We've got to keep the X dollars going for our fire department. Thank you, fire department, for bringing out that email regarding our evac and the website. Got that. Got the app downloaded.
Could you please address the council?
Oh, sorry. I got the app downloaded, so everything is great. So
thank you very much. Thank you. Ma'am, state your name.
Yes, I'm Carol Lay. I don't live in Oceana. I live on Olive Drive. I've got concerns that these senior citizens, I don't think I'm senior, even though I'm 71, but I saw some poor lady trying to get out of her chair 3 times just so she could get up here and talk. And I'm kind of surprised there's not an evacuation plan for them. Does that not something the city would do? A question?
This is your time to speak.
Oh, okay. Anyway, we've been asking for an evacuation plan ourselves, and no one's been able to produce it. We're going to have 199 units coming onto our street of 60 homes with only one way out. And I know that there's some kind of ordinance or law that of apartment buildings with 199 units only need one exit, but you're going to have 159 homes trying to get out of one street onto College. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lay. Vice Chair.
I am Father James Babcock. I live at Oceana. Honorable Mayor, venerable council, do the right thing and put a stop to this project right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak? I see a hand go up.
I'm Donna Wint, and I'm a resident of Oceana. I just have one comment. We have a lot of people there, but have you thought about how many people can't get out on their own? How will any emergency vehicles be able to get into the building or into the area and take care of those people?
Thank you very much. State your name.
I'm A. Sanchez. Nice to see you again. Mr. Joyce, nice to see you again, too. Everybody else, I don't know you, but it's nice to see you. I live in the Oceana community. I moved from New York about 2.5 years ago.
Could you state your name?
I'm sorry, Lisa Olivero. This was going to be our forever home. We invested a lot of money in our property, in our house. We love our community. We are family in Oceana.
Yeah.
When we found out that this project was going to happen, we were all devastated. And it's not right. I know you guys want to make money. I appreciate that. But think of your moms and your dads and your grandparents. You're pushing them out. You're pushing them out. You're pushing out the people that came to support. Half of them can't even get out. And they came here to support. This project is wrong. You want to make money and help us, the older people? Make it office buildings for doctors and chiropractors and everything we need in our community.
Could you speak to the council? Speak to us.
And everything, well, I was talking to them.
Yeah.
And everything that we need in our community. Doctors, they can't find affordable rentals for, do that. That would help us. That will help Oceana. I beg you, please, don't let this project go through. It will be blood on all of your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anita Romaine, I live in Oceana for about 18, 19 years. I'm wondering if the city has some property to give this development company to put this six-story building somewhere else. It's a beautiful building. It just doesn't belong in a residential area. It belongs down on Mission Avenue with the other 6 stories. If you have some property, switch it off, make them happy, make us happy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are we done with the testimony? Yes? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and then call upon Ms. Marcial to do her rebuttal.
Okay.
And you have 4 minutes, 55 seconds.
Yeah, I won't need that. Thank you. I'm going to say 2 things. One was something that the architect put, and it was one of the later slides, stipulating that the construction of the soldier pile wall will not include vibratory methods. So if you're going to approve this, I'm going to add that to my list of things that please make that a condition of approval. However, having said that, you just overturned a planning commission denial for a balcony. Please overturn this planning commission approval for this project, which causes so much more harm than a second-story balcony. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, to the council, Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple questions first. So staff, can we solve the mystery of the magical growing land and just kind of talk about does density code speak to usable land, or is it just the parcel size? Can you answer that question for us?
Certainly, Councilman or Deputy Mayor Joyce. So there is a provision in the general plan that describes undevelopable lands. They include riparian areas. They also include sites of projects that have a slope in excess of 40% and a elevation differential of more than 25 feet.
Okay. And so that was taken under consideration when we calculated the density of the
Yes.
project they proposed? Okay. Thank you. Can I ask, and this could be staff or the developer, what's the actual open space that's going to be provided or that's proposed to be provided by this development? And what is it compared to what was supposed to be provided? This is, I believe, a concession. I know there's a lot of concessions to look through.
So as Deputy Mayor Joyce, as the project manager looks up the information, there's a differentiation between a waiver and a concession. So a waiver, as defined in the state density bonus law, has to do with a development standard that would physically preclude the project at the density proposed.
Oh, okay. I'm using concession. It should be a
Whereas
waiver.
an incentive or concession is related to finances, related to the project and cost savings that lead to affordable housing units.
Words matter. I appreciate the correction. No hot mic.
Yeah, according to the description and justification, the requirement for usable open space is 50% of the site, which would be 11,550 square feet. And the applicant is providing 48%, it's 11,194 square feet for usable open space.
Okay.
Usable common open space, I should say.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask about concession with the solar panels. What was the justification for losing the solar panels that was given?
Deputy Mayor Joyce, the justification provided was a cost estimate of almost $850,000 that they otherwise would have to spend. So rather than spending $850,000 on solar panels, they're going to finance the project with those additional funds.
All right, so in the language of the law, it says we must grant, among other things, other regulatory incentives or concessions proposed by the developer or the city that result in an identifiable actual cost reduction to provide affordable housing costs. So to me, this, I don't have anything in here that, and I'm sorry, this is not a question, this is a statement, that does not connect to the ability to provide the affordable housing costs for me. And so I would ask that anyone that makes a motion tonight would not include that concession because it doesn't track. I have a lot of concerns also about the slope instability, which we heard a lot about tonight from residents and the folks that are downslope. The preliminary geotech study attached to the Planning Commission staff report references a 4-story building. Could we check that in the staff report? Because this is not a 4-story building.
Okay. We're going to have the applicant answer it, actually. Yeah. Would the applicant come up and answer this question?
Thank you. I wasn't trying to put the spotlight on you alone.
Deputy Mayor, while we're waiting for the applicant, I just did want to point out that the solar panel issue is not within the scope of the appealable issues that were raised by the appellant here, so that is not one of the issues that's before the council tonight. We also have looked at that issue. There are some constraints on how that works. We'd be happy to advise the council on that. But it's the city's burden to establish that financial connection. We can only require reasonable documentation. We cannot require pro formas. We cannot require detailed studies. And there's a presumption that the cost savings do go towards, so we would have to overcome that rebuttable presumption based on the evidence within the record. And so that's part of it. I also understand that the state law requirement for the rooftop solar does For multifamily, only applies to make it solar ready. It's our local ordinance that the concession applies to. And so it's not violative of state law in the way that it's proposed either. And so those are the things that were looked at, I believe, initially as part of the project proposal.
Whenever you're ready. Yes, on the
Yeah, you asked a
geotech.
question. Are
Somebody
you
with the
able to answer the
geotech.
question?
My staff is pulling out the soil report as we speak.
Thank
Mr. Miller?
I will say that part of the soil report says that when we lower the site, the 1-story for the subterranean parking, and then have the foundations under that, we hit bedrock. Once we hit bedrock, you can go multiple stories. That's why they can build such high, tall towers in New York City. But we will get that to respond to the 4-story versus 6-story.
Okay. I guess while they're working on that, we could also have them respond to how do the geotech standards of past conditions respond to the current conditions that we experience with extreme drought and heavy rains? The cycle that we're in, just in our climate right now, is just, it's not normal. So I'm very concerned about this, and I'll wait for the rebuttal from y'all. Can I have my time pause while we're on hold here?
I've been doing that.
Thank you, so, Clerk Navarro.
With respect to risk for erosion, part of the soil report, part of the soil report that will be done during construction will require mitigation measures to prevent erosion. Those can be plant material as well as mesh that develops or that grows into the hillside, and that's what stops erosion. The homeowner, excuse me, in this case, the developer has more incentive to make sure we don't have an erosion hillside than anybody, so they want to protect it. If I may stand up here in case there's other questions.
I'd definitely say there's a lot of folks that have interest in make sure that erosion is not a problem. So does it refer to a 4-story building or the actual building in the geotech report?
He's still looking.
Okay, so I didn't see him behind the clerk. I didn't see we had him diving through the documents. All right, I'll go on to some other ones while we're waiting. According to our own Oceanside emergency plan, if we have homebound residents who need or want to evacuate, and I quote the plan here, the city will attempt to ensure that evacuation vehicles have the capacity to move individuals with functional needs, including transportation-dependent persons, which would include elders and those without access to a vehicle. Given that that's in our own emergency plan, I want to state another big concern I have with this is the ability for folks in this specific neighborhood who we know have more than average homeboundness within the community, who have different mobility issues. The safety of being able to, as the city, attempt to ensure that we have vehicles that can get everyone out is a very serious concern that I have. And I think one of the residents said it really well. I think it was Sydney. She talked about the state density bonus law is supposed to be for the production of affordable housing, and this product is really taking advantage of that. So just general frustration there, but I would support a motion to uphold the appeal, or I'm also looking to my council colleagues to hear more from their thinking.
Councilmember Robinson?
Mayor, first, Councilmember Joyce, I love your line of questioning, so I'm just wondering, do you have more questions to ask? Have you? And that's what I want to know is if it's appropriate, I'd like to make a motion that we allow, and not that we have to take advantage of it, but each council member an additional 5 minutes on this item to ask questions.
Since I'm the chair, I can entertain a request for additional time per person.
Okay.
Yeah, no motion needed.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to follow rules.
Yeah. Did you want to speak at this point?
Not right now.
Okay.
That he may.
No, I think he wanted to hear from everyone else, and I'm going to start here, if you don't mind. Did you want, okay. This project is, for me, is so bothersome in so many ways. So many ways. There are absolutely safety issues here that we're somehow feeling like we have to ignore because we're interpreting the state density law a certain way. Very, very just, this is what it is. I believe that the city of San Diego, while that tower certainly is ginormous and bigger than this one, the fact that they raised some issues and concerns, I believe is for us, informs us in a way that provides us some opportunities, more opportunities, to do something other than just automatically grant the request from the developer. Quote, "It's not a matter of if you don't like it or if you think it's too tall," explained Council President Joe LaCava. You have to go through a thoughtful process to actually determine that the waivers they're seeking, that the height limit they're trying to ignore actually is a financially critical component to be able to deliver these affordable units. And while the developer said that they were going to do an analysis in that case, Council President LaCava said they are prepared to do an independent one, that the city was willing to do an independent one if needed. He explained that there would need to be substantial evidence to prove that the building does not need all of the additional units to support the affordable ones. And I believe that's what I would like to do. I don't know if I need to do a continuance to do this and direct staff to do that, but there were so many issues here that it really, we're not able to answer, right? Because we don't have all the information. I mean, we truly, really lack a lot of information to, not just for the council, but for the residents who live so close to this and will have to use the same one or two roads. And I think we have a significant responsibility to to this senior community, which, by the way, is not walkable except internally. And that is where the issues are, right? Internally, to be able to walk. But then when you hit El Camino, you really can't walk El Camino. The idea that you can walk to the Sprinter from there, or anyone does, let me just say that, okay, is just a huge assumption that has no basis in reality. Then to Planning Commissioner Morrissey, I actually am swayed by his argument that there is a legal impediment even for us to be able to approve this. So I definitely would want to explore that in a continuance. But there was some information that was given to us for the first time. Oh no, it's really not going to be 6. It's going to really be 4. Okay, and I was looking for this, right? I mean, they're still looking for it, right? And there's something, this is not an obvious yes, it checks all the boxes, therefore we have to do this. I don't think it does check all the boxes. And I think there are very, very critical safety issues involved here. This senior community is actually an affordable community. It's one of the very few places we have for seniors. Do we really want to make it so that people are going to have to feel like they have to leave and move somewhere else? Really, we need more of those affordable units. And by the way, we don't need market rate units. So that statement in the very beginning that, oh, this is to help the housing crisis, this is not the definition for the housing crisis in the City of Oceanside. We're looking to save workforce housing. We're looking to build workforce housing. This is not workforce housing. And bottom line for me is 8 units. You're telling me you have to do all of this infrastructure and, potentially impact severely the church next door. And we won't know any of that till afterwards because, all the engineering happens after, right? That's not before us. And in this particular situation, even though it's called an infill, and therefore there's a lot that doesn't have to be shown because it's an infill, in many ways, it really needed more study. That slope has been failing. Slopes in Oceana and in the surrounding area have been failing. And so a bald-faced statement, well, this will stop all of that from happening. I have no proof. So I don't know if the appropriate thing would be to continue this and to get responses to that, especially since we've gotten some firsthand information or some information for the first time during this hearing. And I very much have very many concerns about the safety, as well as I would like to see an independent analysis by our own city before I put this project next to a very, very critical and highly impacted community. It's not a flat piece of ground that just makes it, maybe easier to do. But is there support for a continuance? Councilmember Robinson.
Before I answer that question, so one of the things that always comes up when we look at these projects, and I think we all received the letter from, and it's not a state agency, granted, but a group that reminds us of what the law requires of us under the Housing Accountability Act. And it is to me, very clear, and I heard a couple times today, do what Huntington Beach did, do what, they may have said no, but I asked our attorney, and he's not aware of, and I'm not aware of any victory that Huntington Beach has had on any of their efforts, or any other city that is refused. Now, the concessions have always bothered me. It's written like they're asking for these things, but in fact, it's a demand. It's in reality. We can argue and dither here all the time and say, this, but it's so limited to the information that they have to provide us or what we have to do. It gets very, very complicated. I do have some other questions, but they're kind of tangential to this issue. I will say this, I do believe that the issue between the church and the developer is really a civil issue. I don't know that it is if we even have a right to engage in it. But again, that might be a question that would have to be answered. I don't know if our city attorney is willing to opine at this time. And please jump in, Mr. Attorney, anytime you want. Go ahead.
I was going to wait for you, Councilmember Robinson, to finish all of the questions before to speak to the mayor's point first. The preferred method would be if in this we have the policy that allows for this to continue the public hearing to a date certain if it's determined that applicant, appellant, or staff needs additional time to develop evidence to address the issues before the body. There have been issues that have been raised. I'm hearing there's some questions about whether there is enough, evidence for the council to fully decide or consider. So if that was the decision of the majority, that would be our recommendation, is to continue it to a date certain rather than denying the project today. So open questions on that would be the ones that are within the scope of the appeal, which includes some health and safety impacts that have been raised. We could look at whether there is additional information that would provide us the objective, existing health and safety standard, at the time that the application was complete, not ephemeral, but if there are objective health and safety standards that we can point to, we could then tie to a significant adverse impact that's unmitigable. We can also look at the other components that have been raised for which there's questions, one of which is the reciprocal parking agreement. Our initial review on that, in our opinion, is yes, that is a private civil matter between those two parties. The staff's assessment was that the project was adequately parked for both existing units and proposed without the application of that private easement. It's not required by the city, as far as we're aware, as a result of any prior project approval or condition. So it is truly a private agreement. And the city's approval of the project does not impair the rights or remedies of those individuals, but we'd be happy to take a closer look at that issue with additional time. So, for those purposes, that would be our recommendation. If there's additional time needed to develop additional evidence, we do it on a continuation basis, but not on a denial.
So if I may continue then, with that in mind, I'd be willing, if we can come up with a date certain, to support that extension, whatever, 30 days
I was
or
thinking
whatever.
60 to 90 days to give staff fully
Is
time to
that seems
analyze
a little long
this.
to drag this
Well,
out.
I'm asking staff to actually analyze many of the issues that we're
Well, let's ask
presented.
staff what they need then.
How long will we need for a technical geotech study that includes the correct stories on the building?
Mayor, members of the city council, staff would recommend continuing the item if that's the desire of the council for a minimum of 60 days. Given the long lead times we have to place items on the agenda and the notice, or I guess in this case there wouldn't necessarily be notice requirement, we need at least 30 days to work through the issues and at least 30 days to get the subsequent staff report reviewed through the process. So we would recommend a minimum of 60 days.
All right, I'm actually concerned that that's not enough time. Mr. Borrego.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, if I can add, if the desire is for us to actually do a deep dive into the economics, and I mean, that's likely going to result in the need to hire a consultant to assist with this, so I would caution that 60 days isn't enough either. So I would say at a minimum 90 days.
90 days,
Because
okay.
we need to get a consultant on board to help us out with that exercise.
Could you suggest the date then? Let me look at my.
May provide a point of clarification. It's my understanding that the city has limited discretion in taking deep dives into these economic requests. So to my knowledge, we don't have the ability to ask them or have a third-party review.
No, not them. I'm asking us to do it.
I think that's still not consistent with how the law reads.
Not
and
what
how
I understand.
The law tends to put the onus on us to define why.
Right.
So we need to be able to do that work.
Come up with our own.
Yeah.
But again,
April.
Mayor,
It's in April.
Deputy Mayor, council members, to be clear, the scope of issues before the body today are the scope of issues raised in the appeal. So,
right.
So the extent the economics work to the specific concessions, that's not an issue that's before us for purpose of this continuation. To the extent there's an arguable application of the economics beyond that, right, to some of the issues that do play out, that would be good for us on the review.
I am interpreting the appeal to have added all of that. I looked at everything here, and I do feel that we can do this. And I'm sorry, we're not hearing from others right now.
I was going to answer your question about the geotechnical
Yeah, I think we're
report.
beyond that at this point. Thank you very much. Yeah, we can do that during the continuance. Thank you. The 23rd of April, is that something? Do you know what's coming up in April? Is it budget? May? Thank you. We're looking for a date. We generally have budget and other things So we're,
Madam Mayor, can I make a quick statement?
yes, Deputy Mayor Joyce, apologies.
It's okay. Just while we're waiting, I know you've been here a long time. We're also going to be talking about the Planning Commission, which is very relevant to what we just talked about, we're seeing an appeal and possible reforms to the Planning Commission, as well as talking about El Corazon Parkland. So if you want to stay for the long night with us, there are some really important and interesting things that we'll update you on later.
By the way, was there a second to my motion for continuance? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weiss, while we're waiting for a date.
So I just have a question for staff. If we continue this to a date certain, I take it we're not renoticing, we're not reopening the public hearing?
I'm not sure about reopening the public hearing, but if we continue it to date certain, we do not have to renotice it.
Okay. Well, because we've already closed the public hearing, so.
All right, so we're looking at April 23rd. Are you available? I'm asking the both the appellant and the applicant.
Speaking for the applicant, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we are continuing this matter to April 23rd, and it will. It does not have to be it does not have to be renoticed. Please understand what that means. It means it will not be sent to you by mail or by email that this hearing has been continued to that date. I'm asking you to do that for your community, right? Okay, thank you very much.
No vote? No vote?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so back to, and I
Madam Mayor,
apologize.
was there, we do have a motion on the floor. Do we need to vote on that?
I'm sorry, I forgot to make, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. My apologies.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. My apologies. Okay.
Item 15. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right, we're going to continue with our agenda, please. If you could please be quiet as you leave, because we still have several items. Thank you. So we're going back to item number 15, which is the Coastal Rail Trail feasibility, Oh, yes, it is. My apologies. Yes. Rail Trail feasibility study. We had already heard the presentation. We are at the point of hearing from the public. We had 4 members of the public who wish to address the council, starting with Sherry Mackin. Ms. Mackin, if you please approach the podium, followed by Jimmy Knott, followed by Maggie Chow Dalrymple, followed by Megan Levine. Thank you.
Good evening, Sherry Mackin. Let me begin with thanking the bicycle and the pedestrian. Excuse me, I'm extremely tired. I'm slurring my words. Let me begin with thanking the bicycle and PED committee for hosting several meetings on the needs and wants of the Coastal Rail Trail. However, what did fall short was transparency and public input during the process to the South Oak community on the proposed bridge flyover from Myers Street over the rail line into Broadway Street. And I'd like the record to reflect that. Although the staff report reads that local, quote, I'm quoting this, local South Oceanside residents provided recommendations during the study, I can state as a participant, the bridge/rail flyover was never part of anything presented to the public in any of the outreach meetings. I wholeheartedly support the completion of the long-awaited Coastal Rail Trail, the last leg of the journey through Oceanside. I will provide safe pedestrian and bicycle passage from Oceanside Boulevard to the Buena Vista Lagoon. Won't it be wonderful that Oceansiders will be able to walk the soon-to-be restored Loma Alta Creek to the enlarged and restored Buena Vista Lagoon via the trail? I do have one request. Once funding is available, please consider reopening the trail from Morris to the creek first. I pray that the process continues to evolve and that all voices will be heard and that it will be a very open and accessible process ahead. Thank you, City Manager Jonathan Borrego, for your addendum to the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, give me not 127 Sherry Lane. Years and years, decades and decades ago, this was a dream. I hope that we can take and move forward on it. Because the plans are right now that you have before you is to merely receive it and file it. I hope we do something more than that, especially since the original recommendation was to approve recommendations. The next thing is that I have concerns about access and egress. When you saw the pictures before you and you saw the representations, there was not a disabled person shown. There was not a lot of people represented. There were people who had mobility, capabilities. There was no concerns about electric bikes that could have high speed. There was also no representation of wheelchair access or scooters. There was no, representation about other egress points, like, what about to local community cafes or businesses that people would want to go visit or take a participation from? Then there was also an issue that really I've had with like North County Transit, and that is human concerns, like with restrooms and water. What happens is that if you look at the trails that we do have right now, it's sort of like a Johnny-come-lately with that, and people take care of their business other ways. We need to start looking at our human needs and apply for those needs and give the people what they need, including benches to take and rest upon, especially if you're a senior. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Chow Dalrymple, followed by Megan Levine.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Maggie Dalrymple, and I live on South Tremont by Whaley Street, so I'm directly impacted by this. And I'm here in support of approving this trail feasibility study and kind of moving forward. I understand and I appreciate the add-on that the city manager did, that this is just kind of the beginning, and I'd like to see, obviously, and be involved in more development as things go further. I live in the area, and I'm sure you guys know the area well. In November, one of my neighbors 5 doors down was actually shot by a camper who frequents that area. So the development of this area with some lighting and some parks is just like something that we need very much, because we want to get that area out of the shadows and everything, and have our neighborhood so that we're not scared to be in that area and able to access Buccaneer Beach without fear of some of the unhoused and the campers that we're, that we run into all the time. So I look forward to seeing this move forward, get some funding, and actually being a part of some more development, see how this progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levine?
Hi, my name is Megan Levine. I live at 1626 Broadway, which on the rendering is directly across from the proposed bridge over the railway. And I wanted to come and say I'm in support of the project moving forward. I'm really excited to see the development, and like Maggie said, the lighting and the safety I think will greatly improve with the project moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And apologies that we weren't able to fit it before the 6 o'clock hearing. Sorry about that. Okay, so any questions by the council? Back to the council. Any questions?
Move approval.
Okay, so we are, let the record reflect that we have received the Coastal Rail Trail feasibility study and requesting that it be filed. Yeah, we do not need a motion. Right. Okay, so that was 15.
Thanks for hanging around.
Yes, thank you for your comments. Right. I'm gonna move that we go, I'm gonna go ahead and go with the number 20, because hopefully this will be short and really, really sweet. Right? And that is my request, joined by Deputy Mayor Joyce, to dedicate El Corazon as parkland. Also address financing El Corazon via revenues generated at El Corazon. And that's all the development that's happening, and that's residential, commercial, property tax, sales tax, et cetera, to build and maintain the park, and direction to staff. And bottom line is, I learned about El Corazon, pretty much had been, these 500 acres were given to the city, along with, I think it was about $1.3 million for restoration by a sand mining company that had been there for years. And the pretty much almost unanimous vision at the time, and this very much included the Oceanas all around, that are located all around this property. In fact, taking leadership by Oceana, and I recall that the city actually did meet with community members, the communities all over the city. And I believe we were all very, very excited about the idea of having a park there, and ways to address financing it. There was, we understood, I think, at the time, that we didn't want to take away from the other parks, that this was a dream, and I don't recall when it was called El Corazon, but very early on, the heart of the city. So it has gone through different stages. At one time, even after 2000, I believe it was practically given to the developer who was considering doing a beach project resort as part of the deal. That deal fell through, and so the property came back to the City of Oceanside. Well, it really wasn't transferred. And we formed an El Corazon. We did get it on the ballot in 2002, barely by, I think it was 15 votes lost, that it be dedicated a park. And we formed the El Corazon Committee. Each council member had 3 people on the committee, and from different thoughts, ways of life, all agreed that it should be the park. So I want to say thank you to everyone who has stuck by this, Friends of El Corazon, who you're here. It is time now to dedicate, not knowing what the state is liable to do, don't want to put this that we have been thinking about for over 25 years to be a park. So my motion is that we dedicate El Corazon as parkland,
and that we address financing the park via revenues generated on site at the park, at the property. And further, I believe that, well, that's my motion, and I do believe that staff is going to be bringing forward sometime soon Parkside 1. So for me, I do look forward to making that happen as soon as possible.
Second.
Yeah. So there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Robinson?
Yes, ma'am. You said you want to make it fast. So I have a whole bunch of questions about, and I appreciate the history lesson, but I have a whole bunch of questions about this making it parkland, what it means and stuff. So I was hoping what you were really going to do was ask staff to come back with a report on what it meant to make it a parkland, like what areas. I have a whole bunch of questions, so we can sit and hack through them tonight.
Have you seen the specific plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're just saying all of El Corazon
No,
parkland.
the parts to make,
You're not
to
specific.
dedicate, to dedicate those parts that have been identified for parkland as parkland.
So the various park sites.
Yes.
Okay, will this impact any of the development agreements that we have?
It shouldn't.
Well, that's not good enough for me. It shouldn't?
Well, when it comes back to us, I'm seeing a no. I believe staff, it would be a no, right? The response. It's coming back to us. So
how will it come back if we're voting tonight to say
it's direction to
parkland?
staff.
That's what I was just asking you.
Yeah.
And you said, let's dedicate tonight, let's make it parkland. That's exactly
No.
what you just said.
There's a process for dedicating. We'll probably be out there and say, okay, we hereby, whatever. But for now, this is direction to staff.
I can support
Mr. Borrego?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and Council. So just as a point of clarification, there's probably a couple of options. We can, kind of go off on our own at this point and come up with what we think to be the best recommended approach to effectuate what's included in this item, and essentially, assume that we're going to get it right the first time, or we could come back to council with options for consideration and then move forward at that point. So I just want to get clarification in terms of what the council would prefer that we do. I would say that based on the discussions that we've had preliminarily in advance of this item, from staff's perspective, the easiest thing to do would be to change the general plan designation of that property, those portions that are designated for park use, and bring that back as a general plan amendment. So in our minds, that would be the easiest way to go about this. But, I would want some assurance that that would meet the intent of council in taking this action. Obviously, there is a disposition and development agreement in effect with Sudbury, and they have rights over those portions of property that are designated for future development. And as I understand it, we would be staying away from those areas because we have obviously a legal obligation to honor those agreements, but to move forward with those areas that are designated as parkland. And if that's their direction tonight, then certainly we can just bring a general plan amendment forward, either independently or in conjunction, even as was suggested today by a staff member, even as part of the pending general plan update, to just roll it into that effort. So again, there's different options out there.
Right, and I wouldn't want to delay this. So I would want this to be independent. And is that okay with a second?
Yes.
Yeah. Councilmember Weiss?
I would just recommend if you do your assessment and look at what constraints there might be with the DDA, and also if you include in the financing model the impact of the general fund. I would suggest send it as a pass-through memo to us initially instead of scheduling it for a council meeting. We'll see the information and go for it.
Deputy Mayor Joyce?
Wait, can you just explain how that works? You would say, do it as a pass-through memo so we wouldn't act again?
Well, we would have to afterwards, but I mean, instead of,
as the informational item.
So that way we get it sooner. We will get it earlier, and we could actually sit and look at it and have conversations with the city manager and staff. And
I appreciate the expedience. Thank you. Yep, I would just support whatever gets us to the most preserved parkland. I think it's critical that we preserve that public space. So I support the motion as it stands.
Yeah, I mean, a general plan amendment from start to finish, if it's city initiated, and assuming we don't have to do any additional environmental review, which I don't think we would in this case really, because we're actually essentially just effectuating what's already been approved and analyzed through previous environmental documents. It has to go to public hearing first before the planning commission, of course, and then it would come back to you. So I would say you're probably looking at about a total of about 6 months, honestly, from beginning to end to get through both public hearings.
Okay. We do have some, do we have anyone who wishes to speak on this item?
We have 5 speakers.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Roger Davenport. If Roger had to leave, all right, Sherry.
See, you might want to be able to identify yourselves as the original on that committee. I think we have a few people here.
Hi, Sherry Mackin. Mayor Sanchez, I want to thank you so much for bringing this forward. And I thank you, Councilmember Joyce, Deputy Mayor Joyce, for seconding or supporting her her item. Goodness. I'm not going to repeat everything you said, Mayor Sanchez, but I want to thank you for appointing me to that Citizens Committee for the El-Cor zone. It was something that I held very near and dear to my heart, as I do today. And this is very exciting to finally get to the point where we can put that extra layer of protection on that land out there for the people of Oceanside, so that if, God forbid, we have a council someday that comes along and wants to sell it out for some commercial use, that the people of Oceanside they have the right, as dedicated parkland, to vote if they want to do that with their parkland. So thank you again. Really appreciate it. And Deputy Mayor Joyce, thank you for the second.
Thank you. Mr. Knott?
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Going back a long way, I remember talking to the brother of Louise Foussat, who's worked at that site years and years and years ago. And he was telling me all sorts of different problems with the site. And he said probably the best use of it would be parkland. And that was echoed by his sister and also by Melba Bishop. And there was other people that came along as well. And originally, all that parkland, including all the different developments that have been made there, everything initially, according to the agreements that everybody had, was to support the parkland and be like a Central Park or People's Park. It was not to be having a separate business entity that would be exclusive profit to themselves. It would support the community and be there for the families and be there for the children and be there for the future generations. This is something that's been forgotten. That's why I have gray hair. Because I have been there. I've been there for a long time, as you have been too, Esther. I know. I've seen you there. And I also seen Peter at a lot of them too. But some of us have selective memories. I don't. I remember it very clearly. We need to have this as a people's park, as a Central Park for our future. It doesn't have to all be developed tomorrow. Look at Central Park today in New York. It's still being developed. And how many decades, how many centuries ago was it really an idea of the people there? We can do something even better and grander. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Kramer, followed by Joan Bachman.
Good evening, Council. Carolyn Kramer, and just wanted to say thank you, Esther, for bringing this item forward. Sherry and I and a few others were part of the original El Corazon committee that was put forward to ideas for a park in the heart of our city, El Corazon. So we've done an amazing job. We've got a beautiful pool. I see Peter there swimming as well. Sherry and I do aerobics there. A lot of good things in that park are going to happen. And that was the dream of the original committee, was to create that park and to have it dedicated as parkland. And the community, the commercial area around it, was to be used to support the park. That was the whole concept of doing the El Corazon Park, was to have a funding mechanism for the park. So I commend you, thank you, and let's do it.
Thank you. And Joan.
This will help answer the question. Okay, so yeah, Joan Bachman, president of Friends of El Corazon. Yes, I was also on that committee. And yes, this is our 100-year park. And we're more than happy to have it be for future generations. But because we haven't done certain things, we have used a tremendous amount of staff time undoing things and trying to get things understood and that. And so while it seems like it will take staff time to do some of these things, we're actively using staff time because some things have not been designed, like the western entrance, which could have been paid completely for by a developer, but wasn't because it was not clear. So I think nailing these things down will save us money in the long run. It will give people peace of mind. And as you can look at this, this is how the park's designed. The park is all three of those areas as El Corazon Park. Within El Corazon Park are 9 individual recreational parks. The agreements will not be affected. Some are temporary uses. Some are in the urban section, which is not parkland. So, and then the habitat, which is also not parkland. So I think those things, to me, are not a concern at all because of the way the park is structured and structured under the specific plan. So some of our other original members, Jan Desrosiers, would have been here, but she was at the arena tonight cheering on the Clippers and that. And you know Diane's been here at almost all meetings.
Right.
So yeah, we also have a number of other people. Pat, David, Kathy are back there. Just because people are speaking, there's a lot more people here in the audience that support this and have made it this far in this hearing. So thank you, thank you. Let's get this going. Thank you.
Thank you. And if Lou and Dixie Bales could be here, they would have been here because they really did walk the walk. So the motion, Councilmember Robinson.
Sorry, I'm not against, I just want to make it very clear. I'm not against what we want to do. I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing and doing it the right way. And especially with Park Site 1, I'm so concerned that we move that thing forward. It's critical that we keep this thing going. So I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Mr. Borrego, when do you anticipate bringing forward Parkside 1? I believe it's become a priority because of costs, rising costs.
Yeah, it has. And just as a bit of information, today council received a budget memo on the 5-year forecast, and you'll see as part of that, we're recommending that we use some of the surplus that we had at the end of fiscal year 23-24 to actually fund the remaining gap, which is about $8 million right now.
Great.
So with that, we would have all the funding in line to move forward with the complete park.
Yes.
Subject to council direction to use that surplus that way.
Which unfortunately I forgot to put in here, but we had already spoken about that. So let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Yes. Thank you. All right, number 19, request by Deputy Mayor Joyce and Councilmember Figueroa to direct staff to complete the following Planning Commission reforms and bring back any relevant actions requiring council approval. Reconstitute the Planning Commission utilizing a new appointment process. Each council member will appoint a single commissioner, and the mayor will appoint 3 commissioners. Appointments will not require council approval, but new appointments will be announced at the council meeting following their appointment. Terms shall be 2 years. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to briefly introduce this because I know it's a lengthy item, and so I want to just be very clear about what we're asking for here, or what I'm asking for, and Councilmember Figueroa can speak to his thinking if he wants to now. I want to start with the why. Tonight was a really, really great example of how powerful the Planning Commission is. We received an appeal from the Planning Commission because the Planning Commission approved the Vista Bella project 3-1. So the Planning Commission is 7 members. There were 4 members in attendance. And again, actually, before I even get there, I want to say how much I appreciate our Planning Commission and what they do. They put in, thank you, I agree with Dee's round of applause. They put in hundreds of hours of volunteer work on really important things like Vista Bella, like the general plan amendment, general plan update, really important projects that come. I think most people in our city actually think we're the ones that are deciding those things, but a lot of times it's the Planning Commission that's making the most important decision in that process. And we are the appellate court, so to speak, on the after part. So starting with the why, the Planning Commission is so incredibly powerful that I think it's really important that we're very deliberate about the way that we constitute it. They have, we already talked about the difference between a general hearing, which is usually what they have, and the appellate, which we have. It limits the ability of us to make demands, which I think absolutely should be made on that developer to put solar on their building, and it doesn't, we can't even talk to it, as the city attorney spoke to, because of what happened at the Planning Commission. The general plan update, the Eddie Jones project, these are just a few of the major decisions that will go through the Planning Commission. And so I just want to make it very clear, it is extremely important that we make sure that we do the way that we constitute the Planning Commission is the best it possibly can be. This is not a small decision, it's a very big one. I am a little concerned about that power without public accountability. If we screw up, we are out. It's a temporary thing. It's a 4-year thing. And it's different for the planning commissioners. And in some ways that might be good, but I think when you're talking about these like monumental decisions, I think the accountability is also an important piece of that too. The Planning Commission has been appointed up until now by council majority only. So 3 council members or 2 in the mayor can appoint the Planning Commission that they choose. So this isn't a change from who appoints, it's still the council is appointing, but it is, instead of a majority, we are including minority voices. Commissioners tend to reflect, right or wrong, what the 3 members who deem them qualified as planning commissioners think. I want our Planning Commission to reflect the diversity of our city. And when I talk about diversity, I'm talking about diversity of thinking. I'm talking about diversity of economic means. I'm talking about diversity of ages in the experience of our city. I'm talking about the diversity of technical expertise. Community involvement is very different. And of course, the geographical home, which is why I'm proposing that each council member would be nominating somebody to represent their district so that we have representation that's geographically diverse. So the other reason to bring this forward is that I've heard from the Planning Commission on their own meetings that they lack a meaningful connection to the council right now. And I think that is very real in the sense that we see these projects come forward and we have concerns that weren't included in things that the Planning Commission done. And I want to be super clear, I'm not judging any of their decisions. I think they've done everything they can to make the best decision with the information they have. I think that's really important. I see at least 3 commissioners here tonight They're responsibly spread out through the room to protect themselves from Brown Act violations. Like, these folks are really responsible. They're doing the best they can. I just want to make sure that our planning commission moving forward is representing our city the best that they can. So my best solution that I could come up with and propose for us to consider tonight as a first conversation is that, and though it's not perfect, that we keep all the current processes in place. We have a public interview. We have a council vote for confirmation. We make sure that we have applications on file that are fully transparent and public, and everything else stays the same. But instead of a council majority nominating, we would have individual district representatives nominate, and the mayor would nominate 3 to fill the 7 planning commissioners. I think that meets the why in the best possible solution that I could come up with. And I understand that change is challenging, but I think there's a real need, and I think we see it. So I'm look forward to hearing from my council members, and I appreciate all the public members, and especially the planning commissioners that had taken the time to call and talk to me about their concerns with this, because again, I appreciate that your voice in this too.
All right. Right. Councilman Figueroa, did you want to speak at this time?
Just, to second what Deputy Mayor Joyce just reiterated in regards to our planning commissioners, as a former police and fire commission who volunteered on that commission, it does require a lot of time, and it does take time to get up to speed, and I just definitely want to acknowledge that from our commissioners. I think for me, one of the reasons that I supported this was to spark a conversation. Again, based on what we experienced today, the council operates as the appellate when it comes to what is appealed from the planning commission. And with the hope to be able to get more a diverse perspective, and if that's geographical with each individual district, but also to get various perspectives of the minds within our city when it comes to these projects that come before us, like the one that we've had come before us this evening. And so for me, I hope this sparks conversation. I hope this sparks discussion on how we can get support from staff and the council to figure out a way that hopefully we can enhance what we have already been doing, but to also get representation across our city when we have projects that come before us.
Thank you. And I actually want to respectfully disagree with my colleagues here. I do feel that what is being proposed would actually make it worse in terms of the process. We could basically essentially have a majority, the mayor and one other council member appoint the majority on the planning commission.
I apologize, Mayor.
And then have a separate process for the appeal. To me, that would possibly lead to even more appeals.
Madam Mayor,
The
I
idea,
apologize,
I'm sorry, let me speak, okay? There were no lights at the time that I
but
started
isn't it
speaking.
public first before we
I
consider?
really want to speak. Thank you very much, sir. 2 different processes, 2 different systems, and I believe that the system that we have actually allows for more working together. We have a separate planning commission. We don't have to. We actually could hear them directly. These cases, these issues, these development projects. But we separate that out because there are so many, and we hope that they will be taken care of at the Planning Commission and try to reduce the number of appeals. I believe that this will actually increase the number of appeals because we will have 2 different systems on decision-making. I feel that we have transparency right now. We have open interviews publicly. We have, at the time, we actually decide, and it's really based on the applications. Right now, my understanding is that our current planning commission reflects, all 4 of our districts.
It's really about, for someone who has been trying to encourage more people to apply. I did check with the city clerk's office with Thomas, what are the vacancies? They're all the ones that have a very specific requirement. And so we just have to try harder to get those applications. Last time we were present here at the council, I said, well, for the Housing Commission, for example, we have two vacancies because they're very specific. They're Section 8 residents, senior, non-senior. And so we just have to work harder to get those applications through. But yes, I wanted to provide those comments because this has been very difficult for me. I like the idea. I mean, I've been on the minority side, minority voices, okay, for most of the time that I've been on the council. And as someone who's gone through that, I do feel it's a more fair process the way we do it now. Councilmember Robinson.
Take the opportunity. If that's fine.
I heard you. Thank you.
Mayor, I might surprise you, but I agree with you. I do think there's some problems as presented. I do think it opens itself up. Even I know nobody here thinks like it, but possible corruption when there's one person that has the authority to appoint and things like that. I think there's those potential opportunities down the road. I think I'm not a big fan of ranked choice voting, but that's kind of the way we do it now. And maybe, if we needed to codify or somehow put that in, that's the methodology, so that seems to work. I don't believe we have term limits for our commissioners, and I would support that if they have the same term limits that we currently enjoy. And that way, this lady over here can, just kidding.
All right. Is that it? Okay. Deputy Mayor, I suppose you wish to hear from the public? How many people do we have?
We have 6 speakers.
6, okay.
Our first speaker is Tom Rosales, to be followed by Jimmy Knott.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I had my script sort of worked out and listening to you folks and sitting here this evening, I'm changed it up a little bit. You set policy and you have the right as council members and the mayor to alter the policy here and there. I guess my biggest issue, and I have a few points I want to make, my biggest issue with this is there's nothing wrong with taking a look at your policy occasionally and perhaps making a change. What bothered me about this one was I learned about this from a reporter who let me know that this was on the docket and I had no clue. And what I'm trying to get across with this is this is a great group. The Planning Commission is a great group of really well-qualified folks. If you were anticipating or thinking that you wanted to make a change, we're here. You could have reached out to us and said, hey, let's get together. We want your input, as opposed to this forum here, where I'm having to sort of speak on behalf of myself and the policy that currently exists. I've been on the Planning Commission for a long time, and I'm glad that Councilmember Robinson raised the issue of term limits. I've been doing this for 15 years, and I'm close to being done. And I support the idea of term limits. But in my 15 years, I've had essentially no contact with council members who either say thank you or Tom, you suck. But again, we're there. So I disagree with the comment I heard earlier. There's already a connection there. It's just never been made.
Right.
And so it's simple and easy to do. And this is a good example of, we learned about it another way, and it could have been done differently. The 2-year stint makes no sense. It takes at least 4 years to figure out how to do this. this job. So that makes no sense. I like the idea of a term limit. It does make sense, frankly. And like I said, I'm sort of done. There are other things, but I know we have other commissioners that want to speak. But again, no disagreement with the idea of looking at your policy. I will say this, though. There's merit to understanding the qualifications of your candidates. You got to be able to judge if you make a change, how is that going? There's no way to essentially grade it today. How would you grade it in the future to know that it's better than it is today? So I would challenge you to think about that. You can't presuppose that it's going to be better without knowing how it's going today. And it's going really well today.
Thank you. Mr. Knott?
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I first want to say thank you, Deputy Mayor Joyce and Councilmember Figueroa. This idea is excellent. However, I do have a couple of, tweaks and, things that need to be corrected. But first of all, I want to point out that we are a district city. We are no longer a general city where you point general. Each of you has a responsibility to your constituency. That's where you have a responsibility to make sure that if the planners are there, that they fulfill the demographics of your district. If you ask the city clerk for the demographics, the city clerk, like I have asked before, they said, well, there's privacy matters. I can't get it. However, that's important to the public. Who represents whom in this city? What are their backgrounds? Can we get it? Can we really understand who's speaking? What's, the style of their homes? What's going on? Who are their associates? This way, if there is a problem, we go directly to each one of you and say, this is your representative. You, the one that made them come forward. Whether it's 2 years, whether it's 5 years, whatever that is, you do it. Let's sunshine the process. Let's open it up. And very simple, it should be implemented with the current body at the expiration of their current term. This way, it's fair for everyone that's involved. And if we can get the public more involved into the process, even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise Bama, followed by D. Keck.
Wow, we're here, finally. I'm honored to have served on the Planning Commission now for over 20 years. As long as Esther's been on the council, I've been doing Planning Commission. So you both relate to that. I sent you guys each a letter kind of expressing my concerns about the proposed process. But I'd like to share right now with the community here the existing selection process in detail. I understand that the end result is to try to get better district representation. But the proposed process brings concern. We have always held a very transparent and fair way for any resident in the city, regardless of their personal connection with a city council member, can submit an application and put their hat in the ring. The community also has been made aware of the candidates and can also reach out to city council if they wish. Each candidate then is interviewed and each city council member can ask questions before the selection process begins. The candidates list their addresses so the districts are well known to city council. The selection process will, with each city council member selecting 3 of their top favorites, and the top vote candidates win the seat. The current system is fair to everyone concerned. It's not political. There's no favoritism. Or no bias. It's ethical. The proposed changes limits a community member to only those nominated by a city council member. So they need to know them well enough to get nominated and possibly be a friend, a colleague, or as Rick was kind of suggesting, a political supporter in order to get a nomination and appointment. I found this to be on the fringe of being unethical, and I think our city attorney would have to review some of that kind of selection process. I also agree with the 2-year term limit. That's almost like ridiculous. I mean, if you ever sat on this, if you understand that what the Planning Commission does, it takes at least a year to understand what's going on with our city, let alone, in the second year you're off already. So I'd say definitely have to have that. I also agree with Rick saying about the term limits. I mean, I've been on it for over 20 years. That'll be 24 if I finish my next, year. So I think term limits is good, but you might consider that for all the commissions and boards. And the DAC's another one. It's like the sister of the Planning Commission, so that also. But in summary, as the old saying goes, if it's not fixed, not broken, why fix it? God, it's been too long tonight, okay? I can't even talk anymore. The Planning Commission has been working smoothly for as long as I can remember. We're not political. We take pride in representing each community as if it's our own, listening to neighbors, taking site visits, reading staff reports, meetings, phone calls, all without compensation, but all because we love Oceanside and we hope to advise you guys the best we can. So there's so many other important issues that we have in our city. Tonight, density bonus is one of them that I would wish you guys would concentrate on that more than try to figure out how to fix the Planning Commission. That's me.
Thank you. KOCT, followed by Tom Morrissey.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. I need a nanosecond to say it's awesome to see you two gentlemen sitting up there as representatives truly of a combined community. I don't know if that's new. It has not been in place since I have been here. I endorse that, so thank you for that part. I hope it's an ongoing and not just tonight. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the planning commissioners. I think 4 of you present this evening. I do have concerns about the new system regarding appointments to the planning commission that is being proposed. I don't know the inner workings of your city, so I'm an outsider looking in, but it sounds very partisan, and I do not believe that party affiliation should have any place in our governing city bodies. I may be naive, but I would hope that the members of the Planning Commission, as well as those of our City Council, have the best interest of all residents of our city, that their decisions would be based on that fact that you represent all of us. Yes, the City Council members have a district to represent, but I hope that you see a broader spectrum and that you cross over and embrace what's going on in all of the districts. If the proposed system of the mayor having the opportunity to appoint 3 commissioners and each of the district council members appoint 1 each, I have to wonder if these appointees might feel the pressure to vote to approve or deny a project so that it aligns with that of the person who appointed them. To date, it seems to have a system of checks and balances in place that has served us well. That system affords that a vote on a project made by a planning commission can be challenged and sent to the City Council for their consideration for a final vote. That system, when required, has dovetailed well. Again, if the appointees feel the need or pressure to vote according to the person who appointed them, where is that check and balance in place that the City Council vote would align and echo that of the commissioner who just placed their vote yes or no with any pressure from the appointee? No, that's not right. The person who appointed them. Right. The system is currently in place and serves our city well. And Louise, I really did this before you said it. If it isn't broken, why fix it? But I want to add, if it isn't broken and it's still working well, why fix it? Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Morrissey, followed by Carolyn Kramer.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Tom Morrissey. I currently serve on the Planning Commission. And last Thursday, we were informed via an email that some council members would be presenting proposed changes in the selection process of the planning commissioners. In this email, the planning commissioners were told, quote, "My intent for proposing this change is twofold. The first is to give council a more direct connection to the work of the planning commission. I have heard some of you echo this same concern, and I think this is best means for addressing the gap. We should be, at a minimum, aware of the planning commission's work. Having each of us appoint a member would provide that direct and reliable connection," end of quote. And my question is, do you really believe an appointment by each city council member rather than the entire council is the best way to address the gap mentioned above and provide more direct connections? In addition, we were told, quote, "The second intent is to ensure the varying areas of our city consistently maintain a voice on the Planning Commission. While you all do a wonderful job of considering each item from multiple perspectives, I want the appointment process to ensure minority viewpoints are always included. When our city stakeholders are represented to the greatest extent feasible, I think we get the best outcomes for all," end of quote. And my response to that is I believe the current Planning Commission members currently do include minority viewpoints. When you consider the diverse backgrounds and where people come from, we do that. So finally, I'm curious, does this proposed selection process include all other advisory commissions? And the second item is, with all the challenges facing Oceanside today, and I can name them, but why is the council focusing on the membership of existing planning commission? And we've already heard it twice, but I had it too. If it's not broken, why would we want to spend the time and energy to fix it? Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Kramer.
Good evening again. All I wanted to say is I want to thank Eric and Jimmy for bringing this forward, because I think the actual intent was to have more transparency and have representation from each district. But at the same time, even though you only represent a certain district, you actually vote on everything that happens in the city. So you're all a part of it. I looked it up today, and this is what it says about the Planning Commission. It says the purpose of the Planning Commission considers matters related to land use of planning and development. The commission is charged with the implementation of the general plan, zoning ordinance and map, and review of the development applications. Because the commission focuses on planning issues, it is a valuable intermediator between the public and the city council. To me, the most important part about having a planning commission is that they're competent, qualified, and knowledgeable. To me, that's the most important part, and that will get the best for our city, as demonstrated tonight when Mr. Mercy shows up on the one issue and pointed out something that wasn't already addressed. So to me, that's knowledge and competency. So thank you, Eric and Jimmy, for bringing it forward. But I think these guys are doing a great job right now. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last speaker. I'm sorry, that was the last speaker, right? Did you sign up for it?
We've heard from the 6 speakers that were registered.
Okay, okay, all right. So back to the council, Deputy Mayor Joyce.
I just want to address some of the concerns that were brought up. I mean, I do appreciate, again, the engagement. The 2 years thing was out. Again, when this process was started, again, to start a conversation about this, I sent an email to what I since learned was a dead link, which was the email that you
planning commissioners did eventually get, because I did want to have this conversation with the folks that it was most readily affecting. So I just want to be clear that we didn't put forward something and then just stand back and try and do something without your informed consent. And I think that's really important, but I don't think that was clearly described. I want to just make one thing clear in this, no matter what happens tonight, I'm going to work hard to make sure that our planning commission does have as many diverse voices as it possibly can. Knowledge, technical knowledge, and all the things that Carolyn brought up, which is very important, are really important. But also community involvement and community experience from different areas in our city are really important too, because they bring things to the table that maybe don't always show on an application. So I just want to be clear about that. I think that's something that oftentimes gets overlooked. While I hear from several of the commissioners and some of our regulars that it's not broke, don't fix it, I think sometimes we forget that sometimes it's what's not at the table that is making something broken. If you're sitting there and you're doing the work and you're doing everything you can, you may not notice that. And so, wherever we go from here, I think I would just say we always have lots of important work to do. And what comes forward from the Planning Commission is extremely important. I actually am a huge believer in that commission doing the best that it can. And that's why it is brought up tonight. And I think we even had things tonight that made it so incredibly relevant to the conversation. And I apologize that we have to do it at 10:15, but such is the work of the council. So if appropriate, I would make the motion to amend the process. Well, I'll wait to hear from my council colleagues. I'll wait.
I think you already have the motion. I think that it was made and seconded. I did want to add, was referred to section 2.38, appointment of members, terms of vacancies with respect to the Planning Commission. It states any member of the City Council may nominate candidates for Planning Commissioner. So that's already there. If the concern is that we somehow be mindful that we try to have all 4 districts somehow represented on the commission. It is now, is what I understand. But certainly we can come up with a policy to say that that would be a goal. We don't have to change the way things are done. And in reading others, Deputy Mayor, you referred me to the cities of Vista and Carlsbad, and then I also went to San Marcos and asked one of my colleagues there what they would think about putting forth a name. He said, well, I wouldn't want to do that because then I know that they will not appoint that person because there has to be a review, right, approval by the entire council. And I think the way we do it, we actually is more nonpartisan. I think we should do a better job in getting applications in and try to get a lot more folks from across the city. I've run for council at large 6 times, district once, or no, is it 5 times? Whatever. I've run for council for the whole, for the whole city at large, and I'll tell you, I believe we have to actually, planning commissioners, when they are asked to make a commitment to being a planning commissioner, planning commission must consider the entire city. It is, unless we start, tinkering with that and saying, oh no, you have to first consider your district, I think that what we have now works best. So, and no other lights, shall we go ahead and vote? Okay, let's vote.
Can I ask what the motion is?
I was about to mention, I did not get a motion that was on the floor, nor did I get a second.
Okay, so my motion is to reform the commission appointment process to allow each council member to make a nomination, an individual nomination. All other aspects of the process which were brought up about transparency remain the same, including the need for the council to ratify as their own vote.
And just to clarify before we go further, council member items that do come forward are informational. So, exactly, which came up a couple times. That's the only reason I want to clarify that. So the motion as framed is for staff to come back with that direction, to come forward, but it's not actually making the change at this point in time. So there was some, I think, confusion from the audience on that point earlier.
And Councilman Figueroa, you wanted to second that motion?
Just, is it possible, because one thing that we did hear from this, and I think that was one of my hopes with the intent, was to spark discussion. This is, within the Police and Fire and the Community Relations Commission, there's been discussion of restructuring the Standing Oversight Committee to enhance practices there and seeing how we can get more community involvement or different perspectives a part of that Standing Oversight Committee. I think here, one of the things that I have heard from the public and Councilmember Robinson is term limits. And is that something that can be also discussed or included?
I think it's in the motion, right? Did you put that in the motion?
It is now.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a motion and a second?
Well, real quick, within the term limits, not necessarily the 2 years, but whether if it's going to go to staff to consider different options. One of the things that I have heard is how long it does take for a commissioner to
Get up to speed.
And so what would that look like for staff, or what would be the recommendation, whether it's 3 terms, 2 terms?
All right.
Just want to clarify, the motion is not for 2 years, it's for 4 years. Okay.
All right. There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion fails, 2-3. Sanchez, Robinson, Weiss, no.
Thank you. We now go to comments by the public not on the agenda. That is item number 18.
Yeah. And we have some speakers. I don't know if they're still here. I don't think, is Karina Knox here? I think she left. Stephen Van Der Eb is not here either. Jimmy Knott? No, Steven's here. Oh, Steve's here. All right, awesome.
How many speakers do we have? 4? Did you say 10? Really?
Awesome. Hello and good evening to everybody. I know it's been a long night. I'm hearing a lot about what we're doing for the city. A lot of people talking about infrastructure and where they live. I'm also an advocate for that. Though I'm not advocating for my own home, I am advocating for accessibility for parks and public use. So a little bit about me is I'm the founder of Oceanside Roller Skating. We started in 2021. And since then, we've been doing regular meetups at the park. And as I'm doing this, I'm noticing other issues that are coming about. And there's hobbies that are coming about. We have pickleball. So pickleball is a big one. But also roller skating. And I've been coming to a few meetings. I'm hearing about funding for dog parks. I'm hearing about funding for lights, but not about a new hobby. So this hobby, for us, our Instagram page started at 0. We're at 7,500 right now. When the lights are on or summertime, at an actual meetup, we can have anywhere between 100 roller skaters. But more than that, we are getting recognition by the city of Escondido, the city of San Clemente, and Long Beach, just because of the types of roller skaters we're bringing, now moving into the professional realm. And so my biggest issue is, having parks more accessible for people like us. We can't be on the streets. We can't be on the sidewalks because it is dangerous, but we can be in a rink. And naturally, because MLK is the only spot, we congregate over there because of the state flooring. The issue we're having is that there's no lights. When I get there at 6 p.m., the hockey coach actually turns off the lights with his app. I asked him if he could keep them on because I know no one has a permit at that time, but he says no. So because this is growing, sales across the United States have risen over 900 or 950. So that's percentage-wise. And we're battling obesity in Oceanside. We're at 25%. That's one child out of every 4. So for me, it's putting this on the agenda and making note that we're here and letting people know that it is growing and it's attracting tourists. And we want to see something more like Liberty Station, where they have these open plazas, San Clemente, where they have a pop-up, and Escondido, where they also have a pop-up. So instead of these cities pulling us to the left and right by our arms, we want to see a foundation here in Oceanside as tourism is growing and as our city is becoming more beautiful. We want to be a part of that. And other than that, thanks everybody for your time, and I hope to see you a little bit more throughout this year. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And were you referring to MLK Park?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Knott, followed by Aaron. Orin? Oh, there you are.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. First, I want to let, I don't know how many people are paying attention at this hour, late hour of the night, but they do replay the council meetings and people do pick up a little bit later. So I wanted to let the public know that the Eddie Jones EIR has been released and it is available on the city's website. So please take time to review that, and you will have opportunities in the near future to go before the Planning Commission, and then afterwards, maybe before the City Council to express your opinions. The second thing which I would like for the City Council to consider is that since we've had a change of federal administration, there has been a lot of changes that have been going on through presidential orders that are going to be affecting Oceanside. Now, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, these orders and the other changes that Congress is considering will have direct financial impact. We need to start doing an accounting cost of those cuts and changes. If they are, we need to make the city here needs to make our representatives aware of those costs, and we need for them to come up with some way to make the city whole. Because some of those impacts may affect some of our city employees, some of our city services, and some available services that have been going on in the past, and maybe even some necessary means of life support for some of our citizens. So please, let's start doing some accounting and applying the pressure to our representatives onto the federal and state level and making it available to the public so we can make our representatives accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moran?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Erin Moran again. I live out at 1241 Chambord Court, and I'm also a farmer in Morrill Hills. And I'm being very active in Morrill Hills is because of what's happening out there. The first thing, the thing that's been going on is that we've spotted 4 mountain lions out there. Aha, big time. So the look is good. We were having a discussion and we got in touch with California Fish and Game. and that we are having to know that that is their habitat. We spotted 4. That's what the news is going around with the neighborhood. And then we're seeing we're either getting bobcat or we're getting cougar. So there's 2 separate cats. But if there are mountain lions and if there are cougars and they do have their habitat there, and that's what Fish and Game is saying, we have a new habitat that is in our area and that it's vital for us to be aware. And also, the Fish and Game Wildlife said that we have to know that during the wildfires that they're going to be roaming around, but they will settle into an area where it could be designated habitat or wildlife. So just to let you guys know, that's what's going on. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Richard B. Is there Richard B? Zoe Erickson? Zoe Erickson. Followed by DKEC.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Zoe Erickson, and I have lived on Olive Drive for over 40 years. I want to talk to you about the Olive Drive apartment project scheduled to go before Planning Commission next Monday. There are many reasons why this project is a bad idea. Over the last 40 years, there have been several attempts to develop the field in the west end of Olive Drive. It is considered not financially feasible for many reasons. Even though the developer claims the land is stable, I do not believe that the land out there has stopped moving. Also, the homes on Wooster are concerned about the project cutting into the bluff below their property. These all could lead to liabilities for the city. But I want to focus on the main problem with this project. It is just not safe. Only one entrance in and out of the project. You must have seen the videos up in California all over the fires. We now have a rerun of the Lilac fire. About 15 years ago, there was a big fire right where the project is proposed to be. It was also during a Santa Ana. The flames were being forced by the winds up the southern bluff. Some houses up on Wooster were evacuated. CAL FIRE made several drops that night, and the Women's Detention Center from Rainbow walked the perimeter of the fire for several hours that evening. Just last September, we had a house fire across from my house. My son and I were leaving for an appointment when he saw smoke in the rearview mirror. We drove back. I called 911, and as my son started to run to the house, the family came running out with their 3 dogs. The fire department came quickly, but as they stood watching the fire spread, it seemed to take forever. The block was filled with equipment. No one could get in or out. Several of my neighbors who were my age and older had to walk in from College Boulevard. The developer has reduced the amount of houses from 282 to 199. That makes it one less that they don't have to provide another entrance. So Olive Drive will be it for 199 units, plus the 70 houses that are there now. Councilman Robinson, you can see how dangerous one exit would be for 199 units with 30 acres left behind, field of combustibles behind it. We're going to have more fires out there. We have homeless out there, and you're not going to be able to keep them out.
Thank you.
With that said, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. D, followed by Dave Keck.
Council members and city representatives. As Jimmy Knott just mentioned, the EIR is complete, and things are finally coming near to the city's opportunity to decide on this development. The newest iteration of the Eddie Jones development, even though proposing a reduction of the numbers of trucks by half to 57 semi-trucks, it remains to be approximately 60% greater than the number of 18 semi-trucks that can be on the property at any given time. Oceanside City Code allows a maximum of six semi-trucks on the parcel at any time. The developer is putting his facility on 3 parcels. Therefore, we are looking at hopefully no more than 18 trucks at this facility. That way you would not have to be considering a cup to get him extra permission to do the egregious things that he is wanting to do to that property. The footprint of the facility in this newest iteration is by far exceeding the city code. Again, back to the city cups. It is calendared to go before the Planning Commission on February 17. We as a group also are poised to go to that meeting to bring to them our concerns, and we're hoping that they will hear, as we have brought to you on many, many occasions, what we do not want this to have to be. We do not want it brought to our city. It remains, even in this 4th iteration, too big, too many trucks. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Dave Keck, followed by Daniel Dominguez.
That's a tough act to follow, isn't it? Good evening, everyone. I know you're all aware that the Eddie Jones mega warehouse project is being put before the Planning Commission on February 10th for consideration. Upon appeal, it will be coming before you for a final decision. Let me be clear, a very large number of the Oceanside residents vehemently oppose this project. Their concerns include the huge size, several times larger than an average Costco, the impact on local traffic using Facade and Benet roads, and especially our main traffic corridor, the 76 highway. The impact on emergency evacuation routes for adjoining neighborhoods and the Prince of Peace Abbey. The long-term effects of the noise and the pollution being generated in the trucks coming and going and it will affect our Oceanside residents. The negative environmental impact to various natural habitats established on and near the San Luis Rey River. The project is not in keeping with our character, quality, or atmosphere, not to mention our being a welcoming vacation destination for so many people. Oceanside is a place where all can grow and nurture in the healthy beachside city vibe of our lovely Oceanside. This project does nothing for Oceanside other than to erode all that is meaningful to our residents now and into the future. Please remember this when it comes before for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dominguez, last speaker.
And I will be brief because I'm cognizant of the late hour, way past my bedtime too. Honorable Mayor, Councilman, staff members, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. A few weeks ago, I was deeply troubled to read in the paper that 3 convicted gang members responsible for the cold-blooded murder of Oceanside Officer Dan Besant may be released from prison on a technicality. And for those of you that may not be familiar about the murder, this happened in 2006. Officer Besant was in a traffic stop, and these gang members from some distance away decided they had some axe to grind, and they shot Officer Besant with a scope rifle. The technicality involved was, at the time, in 2006, the prosecutor had the discretion whether to charge them as an adult or charge them as a juvenile. These individuals at the time were under 18. And so they were tried and convicted as adults, sentenced to life with no possibility of parole. Unfortunately, or whatever, is a few years back, the law changed, and now the law was said that it has to be a judge to make the determination whether an individual can be tried as a juvenile or as an adult. So these three individuals are now before a judge, and the judge will make a determination whether they have been tried as juveniles, which will mean that they'll be released immediately because juvenile court can't hold a juvenile beyond 25 years of age. This happened 18 years ago. All the perpetrators are well into their 30s. So to be brief, one conviction was already upheld, but there's still two more that need to be, that the judge will come before the judge. And my purpose here tonight is to urge the City Council to send a letter to the judge on behalf of the City of Oceanside to uphold the original conviction. So with that, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We're now at council member comments, general council member comments. Deputy Mayor Joyce.
So I know it's late, but I still feel like it's important to do these. This last weekend was the NAACP's MLK weekend event, the sponsored event by the city. I'm very proud to report distributed over 5,000 pounds of food to food insecure Oceansiders. So I appreciate that the city supported that. It was great to see Councilmember Robinson and Councilmember Figueroa out at the event. And then I saw several other of our elected officials, saw the mayor at the breakfast on the morning of the Monday. So it was a really incredible event, and I appreciate the city supporting that. I am the representative to NCTD, and I just wanted to give you a heads up that tomorrow we're gonna be electing a chair and other appointments to regional boards. I also want to let my fellow council members know that there's a draft CIP project list before the board tomorrow. I noticed on First Pass that there's a lot of big money projects that are not scheduled for here in Oceanside, so I'm having further conversations with their staff about how we got to those and to make sure that our CAPs that are going through NCTD's board are addressing the needs of our city's transit-dependent citizens. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up was that on December 19th, Charlene Williamson passed away, and she was a beloved mother, a devoted wife, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and a fierce advocate for our public libraries in the system that we have here. The education of women is also a big cause that she dedicated thousands and thousands of hours and treasure to. She joined the Friends of the Oceanside Library in 1973 and was appointed to the Board of Trustees, which I had in 1988. And I actually had the pleasure of being the liaison to her recently as she was still serving on the Library Board of Trustees. This is a woman who gave so much of herself to our city and the library, so I would be remiss if I didn't point that out, that we are so thankful for her and the work that she did in our community for the public library and establishing the Public Library Foundation. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Figueroa?
Just my report for the different commissions that I participated since last meeting. The Community Relations Commission met. There was a lot of discussion there in regards to the current new administration and where the City of Oceanside stood in regards to immigration. And our chief of police was there, and he just reiterated, as he's been reiterating since he was appointed, that Oceanside will continue to uphold state law. Within the Parks and Rec Commission, we have some exciting things taking place. The skate park at John Landis Park is continuing to move forward. We also have a ribbon cutting at Libby Lake Park on Tuesday, the 28th, I believe, at 3 p.m. for the new futsal court. And then our age-friendly network surveys that went out, the community along with volunteers and Parks and Rec were able to gather about 800 surveys, which is pretty great. There was a lot of talk about also the dog park at Renotega Park. Police and Fire Commission, oh my goodness, it is late, but they came out and they showed, or they talked about their 2-year-old golden lab. If you don't know, the police department now has a lab that they are going to be using to provide comfort and care to victims while they're at the police department. And again, there's been talk within the Police and Fire Commission regarding the Standing Oversight Committee. And so that is it for me.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, Councilman Robinson, yes.
Real fast, thanks. I just want to say, I didn't make the Utilities Commission yesterday because I was in Anaheim, where our architect for Station 1 and our contractor received a pretty prestigious award, so I wanted to be there for that. So that's it.
Excuse me. I attended the mayor's meeting for the 78 corridor. Special guest was DA Summer Steffen, and she talked about Prop 36, and she's very, very happily getting that program started and implemented. I attended the Airport Authority meetings, 2 of them, in fact. I have been reappointed to the Transportation Commission for Sandag, representing the Airport Authority, but also being able to speak on behalf of Oceanside and North County. I met with Caltrans Deputy Director to discuss Oceanside and regional projects. I attended the Sandag Board of Directors meeting, which we had where the chair, new vice chair, and second vice chair were elected. So we have Lisa Hebner mayor from Solana Beach as a chair. This is the first time in many years that we have someone from North Coastal. First vice chair is council president for City of San Diego, Joe LaCava, and second vice president is John Minto, mayor for Santee. Let's see, League of California Cities, we had a mayor's selection committee first, and then we did have the meeting, and Councilmember Figueroa was there. I attended the Arts Commission. It was a special meeting. I met with, let's see, the Transportation Committee, there was a meeting, I voted, there was one item especially that was important for us, and that was that it was unanimous vote to recommend funding for FACT, which is actually just down the street and does, especially with respect to providing transportation to those who are seniors and also handicapped. I also attended the Dr. King prayer breakfast. And what's Beth's last name, was chosen as the Community Service Award recipient. Bronson, yes. I always think of her first name, but never last. And finally, yesterday morning, I attended the Rising Star program by the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. And then last night, I attended a meeting with Deputy Mayor Joyce at OCNA. So thank you very much. We are adjourning to the next council meeting, which is February 5th, 2025. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. Good night.